others can perhaps learn from that.
I would like to commend the Netherlands for all the work that you do in relation with helping developing cybersecurity, different dialogue spaces, and helping countries to build regulations in relation to that. By the way, we met in New York at the time of the open-ended working group of the United Nations for cybersecurity. Thank you very much. I see Henriette is pointing to Benjamin or Tijani or Nigel. I cannot see.
I think we can have Benjamin from the Nigeria IGF.
Hola,
He's
hola.
online and ready to go.
Benjamin, floor is yours. Yours.
Benjamin, you need to unmute yourself. Well, perhaps we should go to Tijani. He's sitting right here next to us. Tijani, are you ready? North African Regional Internet Governance Forum. Here at the bottom.
Thank you very much. Yes. My name is Tijani Benjama. I am the chair of the MAG of the North African IGF. Today our mission is to speak about the core principles for a trusted, safe, and secure internet. In my point of view, before speaking about that, about trust, secure, and safe internet, we have to speak about internet first. First, we have to have internet. And in my opinion, the core principle of internet is its unicity. Internet is unique. And when internet becomes to be not unique, we will not have internet anymore. So the existence of internet is in its unicity. Okay, now we have a unique internet. It's okay. It should be used, because if it is not used, it is as if it doesn't exist. So another core principle is the access. Anyone in the world should have the infrastructure to access internet. Now that we have the internet, we have access to internet, physical access to internet. If the content is not accessible, it is as if we don't use internet. So the openness of internet is another core principle of the internet. So now we have an internet that can be used. It's okay. Now we speak about trust, safety, and security of internet. In my opinion, the first core principle is human rights. The rights of anyone in the globe should be protected on internet. If it is not protected, internet is not trusted at all. Second, very important principle is the confidentiality. I know that we have technical means to overcome this issue, but I can tell you that whatever the complexity of the model of encryption you are using, there is always someone who can decrypt it. So it's right that it is a good tool, but it is not sufficient. And in my point of view, it's not an issue, a technical issue. It is more an ethical issue and sometimes a political issue. The other core principle is the privacy. Means no surveillance. You know that surveillance destroys the trust. And
importance of others. And in this respect, I believe that the regional and national IGFs play a key role in terms of raising awareness in the community at all.
Olga, I will check.
Yes.
Is the Georgian IGF speaker in the room? I don't think so, Olga. You can go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, thank you, Marta, and the Colombian IGF. And now I go to our dear colleague, Andrea Beccali from Italy IGF. Ciao, Andrea. Are you there around?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hi, Andrea.
I have
Good
to just
morning.
say the Italy IGF is almost bigger than the global IGF. So it's really, we really have to congratulate you, Andrea, and also Concetina Casa. This has been an IGF that has really showed what a national IGF
Good.
can do.
Good to know.
Thank you. And I will convey your remarks to my colleagues. Indeed, what you can see on the background is actually the Italian IGF main session that just happened over a couple of weeks ago. And it's great to see all of you. Unfortunately, I cannot be there in presence, but it's it's as good as it gets with this remote participation. And it's always inspiring to be in these NRI sessions where you learn and always confront with other experiences. And, you have really a taste of the variety of the internet across the globe. So for the core principles of the Italian IGF, I will start saying that in the Italian IGF, we did a work of basically rewriting, I would call it almost a constitution of the Italian IGF, a term of reference that takes inspiration from the global IGF. And so it enshrines all the principles of the global IGF on multi-stakeholder bottom-up participation. It enshrines that in the modality of organization of the forum. And kind of we try to bring it along to the community of people that participates in the Italian IGF. In terms of larger core principles that we discussed and we support, being a European IGF, we kind of have a European framework that, in a way, directs us. So while, just a few years ago, regulation of the internet was something that was almost threatened but never happened, we are now living in an environment in Europe where there are a lot of regulation on different parts and particularly trying to ensure the core principles of the internet. So I'm not going to bore you with the acronyms, but regulation of defending the freedom of speech, or what is fake news, or what is the future of AI, or how do you have to the control and use of personal data, of the security of the internet. All these are part of regulatory initiatives. So what we try to do in the Italian IGF is to actually make the stakeholders aware, because not everybody is as passionate as we are in this environment in following what's happening in Brussels, what's happening at the regional framework on regulation, and often not even the policymakers are. So what we try to do is to bring those to discussions. We had them on main session in the Italian IGF. We had a main session actually on the Digital Services Act, where we invited the Director General of the European Commission that is leading this initiative. Actually, the approval of the Digital Services Act was actually happened just the day before the Italian IGF. But also, what we see in Italy is that the government is, as many other governments across the region and the world, is working on a national cybersecurity strategy, which will, of course, take inspiration from the European directives and regulations, but it also kind of crafts particular requirements. So there is always some room for the interpretation for the national governments. So we actually hosted a session with them because we want to bring also to these national processes, the multi-stakeholder approach, the variety of experiences into the process. It's not always easy, and you know, particularly when it's in the field of security, there is this sense that this is something that the state has to do, and the top-down model is the one to go. I'm not saying that is completely wrong. Probably for certain issues it is, when you have police forces involved. But no, having a consultation on that, on this strategy is key, and that's what we did in the Italian IGF, and we continue to do. So I stop here on the core principles. As I said, we don't have much time, but it's always great to listen to the other experiences. Thank you all.
Okay. Grazie, Andrea. Thank you very much. It's good to know that the Italian IGF is so big and so important. I'm Argentinian, but I'm Italian also because of my four grandparents were Italian. So that's some part of my heart as well. Thank you very much for your remarks. And then we'll give the floor to my dear friend Nigel Hickson from the United Kingdom IGF. Are you around, Nigel? Nigel, are you in the room?
Yes, sorry, yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you. And it's even more of a pleasure to be able to follow Andrea. Andrea, bonjour. I know that's not the right word, but that's what I used to work with Andrea, and it's a real privilege to follow him. Perhaps I could start by just showing you a movie. And if our good friends from the technical side of the house here could just show a brief clip of what happened at our UK IGF just recently.
I think tech team, if you can run the video that we gave you this morning now, please.
That would be really good. Because the video is better than me. I mean, well, you know, better than me talking. I mean, you know, sort of.
It's an annual event, and it's specifically for multi-sector participation in discussion about internet governance and topical issues for the United Kingdom.
I've been here this morning talking to the conference about Labour's plans to ensure that the digital age works for everyone. I think the biggest discussion point is the online safety bill. I found it to be a very helpful discussion. It's helped me in thinking about what I'm going to do next.
My name's Sharon Gafka. People might recognise me from season 7 of Love Island, but I am also a Violence Against Women and Girls campaigner and celebrity ambassador to Refuge. I think the biggest discussion point surrounding online safety is how do we protect children, how do we protect young women, especially young girls online. A lot of young women are suffering with daily harassment and trolling. I myself, as a public figure, receive 3 unsolicited photos a day. So for me, that's kind of, you know, one of the biggest talking points, but also a cause I'm very passionate about.
What we've seen here in the discussion is the very wide range of interest.
Hello, can you hear me?
The UK Internet Governance Forum is an annual event, and it's specifically for multi-sector participation in discussion about internet governance and topical issues for the United Kingdom.
I've been here this morning talking to the conference about Labour's plans to ensure that the digital age works for everyone. I think the biggest discussion point is the online safety bill. I found it to be a very helpful discussion. It's helped me in thinking about what I'm going to do next.
My name's Sharon Gafka. People might recognise me from season 7 of Love Island, but I am also a violence against women and girls campaigner and celebrity ambassador to Refuge. I think the biggest discussion point surrounding online safety is how do we protect children, how do we protect young women, especially young girls online. A lot of young women are suffering with daily harassment and trolling. I myself, as a public figure, receive 3 unsolicited photos a day. So for me, that's kind of, one of the biggest talking points, but also a cause I'm very passionate about.
What we've seen here in the discussion is the very wide range of interests, from safety concerns, how do we address self-harm and suicide as a problem? Do we have to change the law to make sure we've got a proper regulatory standard? How is data gathered and used? How will there be transparency? How do we have age verification tools for children when children don't have ID and credit cards? How do you get those things right? But the fact we had such an engaged conversation on such a wide range of really important topics, that are part of the online safety debate, just shows you what a big issue this has become.
I think it's been fascinating. I've met some really interesting people. I've had some great discussions. The cost of living crisis, that's definitely a concern. If you're a student or working in some form of digital employment, then you need to also pay for Wi-Fi, and whether or not you'll be able to work and study effectively without having any sort of detrimental effect on your life.
AI is here in all its various forms, whether it's voice or face recognition, algorithms, machine learning. We need to make sure that it is deployed in a transparent, trustworthy and responsible way. And I think that is what's being explored here today.
Thank you very much for playing that. And I'm going to be very brief speaking, because I think some of those clips underlined some of the principles that we think should underpin the internet. And let me just go over a couple of sort of messages, if you like, from the UK IGF, which I think exemplify the principles that many of us have talked about in this room that should underpin our work on the internet. Safety online, absolutely critical, as we'd seen. I won't give UK examples. I'll give examples here in Africa at the WSIS Forum session earlier this week, an incredible session hosted by the ITU here. We heard about African parliamentarians that are now afraid to go online, that, if you like, can't interface with their constituents because of the hate speech that they receive. We must stop this. This is undermining our trust in the internet. The digital divide. How can we have principles if some of our population, 1 billion or so, are still not online? We must do more to connect those that are not online. Trust in encryption, as has been said by others. We need encryption for privacy, for the online experience, that we all need to have trust in what we do. And we need trust in encryption, no backdoors. We need trust in encryption. Data, we need trust in data. Yes, data is, many people say, is fueling the 4th industrial revolution. Data is incredible. Open data is enabling us to do things in our public services that we never were able to do. We take Google Maps for, we take it for granted. We take bus timetables for granted. It's incredible what data can do. But also we have to trust our data. And that is also in relation to artificial intelligence. Internet fragmentation. We have to have trust in the internet. We have to be able to reach the people we want to reach. That's a fundamental tenet of the internet, the end-to-end experience. We would not have the services we have today unless we have this end-to-end principle, and we must safeguard that. And internet fragmentation is something high on many of our agendas. And finally, it comes down to people. It comes down to all of us. What we do, what the difference that we make as people on the internet. Trust and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. And we have finished our list of speakers. I think we have heard a coincidence of several principles that are similar to several national and regional IGF, care for human rights, care for local content and culture, awareness in relation with cybersecurity, participation of young participants and young people, online safety and interoperability, the value of data and trust. So I think this is very interesting. And the first part of this session, I will give the floor now to my dear colleague, Henriette. The floor is yours. You continue.
Thank you very much, Olga. You can now have a bit more of that good Colombian coffee that you need this time of the day in Buenos Aires. So we are starting the open segment now. I just want to tell everyone we have 55 participants online, and I think in the room we have about 150, maybe, or just under 150. So just everyone have a sense of how many we are together online and on site. I'd like people to now ask questions and make comments very briefly and concisely, responding to two dimensions of these principles that have emerged from NRIs and their work. The first is, how do we support these principles through policy making and acting? So how do we concretize them? How do we integrate them into our policy work and into our internet practice and development? And secondly, how do we do this through the technical layer? So that really, those are the two dimensions: concretizing these principles, integrating them into our work, firstly through policy making and through development and capacity building, and secondly at the technical layer. The floor is open. I know we have some NRIs in the room that want to speak, but I call people to put up their hands, and Olga will keep her eye on hands in the Zoom room. So I see a hand over there. I think, is that Nigel? My eyesight's not as bad as I thought. Please stand up, take the mic, or switch on your mic, introduce yourself, and make your contribution. Nigel's just getting his mic. Jennifer, why don't you start from?
Hello. Yes, here I am. Thank you very much, Henriette, and on the screen. I am Nigel Castro from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and we convene the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. So we are one of those regional IGFs, part of the NRI network. We basically subscribe to most of the principles, or all the principles essentially, that other speakers have stated. I would like to point out though that for the Caribbean, apart from things like open, accessible, trusted, and so on, a resilient internet is very, very important, because we have very vulnerable small island developing states. Our internet, we also want it to be useful and inclusive. So those are basically some of the principles that are very, very important to us. And we've been convening this CIGF since 2005 in order to harmonize the views of the Caribbean that went into the final session of WSIS, and we've been annual ever since. So we are actually, as a forum, 1 year older than this one. We had our 18th annual IGF in last August, and very interestingly, we included a Caribbean Youth IGF for the first time, a formal thing that was run by our youth, and we reached out to other small island developing states to form the first Small Island Developing States IGF. Now, the CTU, the Caribbean Telecoms Union, is in a fortunate position, and if I'm to address the questions that you just raised, Henriette, about supporting principles through policy development and also via the technical layer. So we have focused on, as I said, excuse me,
Can someone take Nigel some water? Okay.
Yes. Harmonizing regional principles, identifying issues of priority for the Caribbean in particular. And those issues of priority have included broadband infrastructure, the internet technical infrastructure, and this is the technical layer that you're talking about. We focus on legal frameworks, and very important for the useful and inclusive part are local content development and awareness and capacity building. And finally, research, and most recently now some outreach as we've done to the other SIDS around the world. In the work that we've done, we've spawned at least 3 national IGFs in the Caribbean, and we've maintained linkages with them. So we have national and regional coordination going on there. Policy development. The CIGF has always focused on harmonized proposals coming out of our discussions. And we've documented these in a document that we call the Caribbean Internet Governance Policy Framework. And we've updated that twice so far, and are just about to issue a 3rd release of it because it evolves. Our priorities evolve as time goes on. We use the vehicle of the CTU, which is an intergovernmental organization, to impact our policymakers in all our members, our 20 members states of the Caribbean. So I think this vehicle of the CIGF has basically been very useful to inform our policymakers. And as I mentioned, in terms of the priority listing that we've gone into there, we address policies, priorities for the Caribbean through all those areas, and including the technical layers as well. As far as the SIDS are concerned, we have offered the benefit of our 18 years of experience to support internet governance development in other SIDS. The 18th CIGF, which was held this year with the first SIDS IGF, we saw over 600 participants from 78 countries. And we worked with persons in SIDS in the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, and Pacific regions to put this together. And we addressed a lot of the policy development areas that are necessary for this open, accessible, trusted, and resilient, inclusive internet. The usual: cybersecurity, digital strategies, digital economy. The environment is very important for us as vulnerable SIDS, and telecoms regulatory issues. And we also looked at the way forward for this SIDS coordination. So I'll stop there for the moment.
Thanks, Nigel. Natalie has her hand up. Natalie Jaarsma from the Netherlands. Natalie, do you want to respond to that or make a similar contribution? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Henriette. And I didn't want to respond to that. I already raised my hand, but it's really, this is what the IGF is about, I think, learning from each other. And it's really, really fantastic to listen to everybody. But I wanted to contribute to the sort of knowledge sharing here as well. Based on
Natalie,
sort of
speak a little bit slower, just a little bit slower for the interpreters, please.
Yeah, certainly, I will do so. So I wanted to share some of our experiences just for others to perhaps take advantage of that. On the principles that I shared earlier, on the policy making, let me talk a little bit about multi-stakeholderism, and then go into sort of the technical side that you've asked for, Henriette. So multi-stakeholderism, we really sort of include that in all our policy making, and specifically when we talk about capacity building. And I realize that there are a lot of people in the room, and of course one of the first speakers said, like, the principle of internet, the first one is to get access, and I think he's very right. But of course, once you get access, then you also open up the possibilities to be attacked, etc., etc. So then you need to be prepared. And so what we realized is when we started to think about capacity building, we realized that it needs to be done in a multi-stakeholder way. So together with other countries, other stakeholders, we established then the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. And it's a really a group of members like businesses, NGOs, so private sector NGOs, then governments, and sharing best practices, very practical. So from practical things like how to set up your first national cert, how to make it more mature, to what do you need to think about when you start drafting certain legislation, for example, on cybercrime. So very practical, really sharing experiences, and it's very much demand driven. So it's not sort of donors offering a lot, yeah, sure, online, but it's really a place where demand and donors and practitioners can come together and deliver. So the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. Perhaps at a more sort of technical, the technical operational part, where I wanted to share a couple of examples, and those are more national. Some of my colleagues talked about internet.nl at a previous session. I think that's a very good example of multi-stakeholderism. It's a platform where technical standards are being shared to improve the security of your internet. And it is done with some seed funding from our Ministry of Economic Affairs. So sometimes some seed funding really helps, but now it's really driven by the multi-stakeholder community. And what is interesting is that other countries are now also using it because it's open source. Anybody can use it, and sometimes countries build a new front end because culturally that is more appropriate. But please have a look, internet.nl. Another example that you may want to have a look at is that when our police was confronted with a lot of the ransomware attacks, and I think that's a problem all over the world, they decided to work together with others, and they established a website where basically the keys to unlock your ransomware, so to remove it from your systems, are being shared. And of course, it doesn't contain all the keys, but at least you can check out that website first. So this is really for law enforcement people and people around in sort of that ecosystem, and that's called nomoreransom.org. So I repeat,
thanks, Natalie.
nomoreransom.org. And please,
sorry, I have to ask you to wind up, please. We have less than half an hour left.
I just wanted to say, please reach out to IGF the Netherlands in the room, because they are capable of sharing more good examples. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Natalie. And Benjamin, I see you have your hand up, but let's take some more hands from the room. I really want to ask people to be brief, though. So let's go ahead. I think we have the Bangladesh National IGF. Let me just get a sense. Jennifer first, but we'll first just with Bangladesh, and we have this gentleman over there. Okay, good. Jennifer, you go.
Thank you, Henriette. My name is Jennifer Chung. I am the Secretariat for the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. And responding to the questions that Henriette posed earlier, and also responding also to the core internet principles that our esteemed colleagues have already mentioned, I guess, speaking from the Asia Pacific point of view, we have over half of the world's population. The population of the world has just passed 8 billion. We have 4.7 billion living in the Asia Pacific region, and only 2.5 billion of them are online. And looking at this statistic, you realize that there's so many people that are not there, that are not online, and we need to have them online. I think my colleague next to me, Tijani, has mentioned, if you're not there and you're not using the internet, how are we able to connect these people? And most of these people also don't have English as their first language. There are many, many languages in the Asia Pacific region. There are many, many languages in the Africa region. So responding to the policy-making aspect of it, it actually marries the policy-making as well as the technical layer, how to get these people who do not speak English, do not use English as their native language online. And I think there's a very interesting and of course very multi-stakeholder effort going on with the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, where you are trying to work with engineers, you're working with people who code, you're working with big tech, you're working with civil society, you're working with linguists, trying to get this technical part of the internet to work for people who can surf, who people can look up their languages and also local content in their own language online. I think that really represents an amalgamation of what we're trying to achieve here as a core internet principle to be able to get these people online. Another thing that a lot of colleagues have touched upon is trust. And I think trust is being undermined right now. And I only want to talk about really that to be able to get these people online, there's the difficulties that are faced both politically and technically. There's the last mile connectivity issues, middle mile connectivity issues, as well as internet shutdowns. So I think collectively, in a multi-stakeholder way, we'll be able to try to solve these problems in the best way possible. And I guess this is the contribution for the APAC region. Thank you, Andrea.
Thanks very much. Remember, 2 very concise responses. How are you applying these principles in policy and technically? We'll have Bangladesh, then we'll go over to that woman there that I can't see, and then I'll go to the rest of you. Please be brief. Introduce yourself.
Very good morning, very good afternoon. My name is Abdul Rahman. I am working with Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum. Thank you, our honorable moderator, today's session, and you are also our great mentor also, and also panel member. Basically, Bangladesh IGF established in year of the 2006, and from the 2006 we have created a multi-stakeholder platform and also community. I would like to mention some communities here. Say we have a kids community in Bangladesh, as well as youth IGF in Bangladesh, women IGF also working in Bangladesh, and we have created a parliamentarian caucus on internet governance with the initiative of Bangladesh IGF, and as well as we are running Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. So this is a community, Bangladesh IGF basically developing the community with a multi-stakeholder norms. Now I would like to raise in this morning 4 points to your kind consideration regarding NRI. So number 1 is, all of we know, Secretary General of UN has declared already Global Digital Compact. So what is our position regarding NRI to the Global Digital Compact? Second one is the last 20 years, we achieved a lot of good practices, good initiative, good activities. So now time to act to publish all knowledge with one book. This is one kind of evidence of NRI. Third one is, we have no strategic plan of NRI. So I think today's morning session endorsed the to develop one strategic plan for NRI. Last one is, 2025, we are awaiting for WSIS review. So in this WSIS review process, what is our role? So we need to identify it. Thank you, our mentor, Henrietta.
Thanks
for allowing me.
Thanks, Bazlur. You went a little bit further than answering the questions. but I think those are topics that should be picked up by the NRI community in the coming year. And that person over there, please introduce yourself and answer the two questions. How do you apply these principles nationally, technically, and in policy? Can we have a microphone over there, please? Just put up your hand so everyone, yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Mine is just a question that I want to find out. We have a lot of, for the past 3-4 days, we've been talking about internet governance, data protection, IGF, what we need to do as a global society. But I have a challenge when it comes to Africa. Anyway, my name is Lydia Lamisha Kamara, a member of Parliament of the Parliament of Ghana, and I am a member of APNIC and a member of the Communication Committee of the Ghanaian Parliament. We looked at the issue of internet governance and data protection, but we also know that in Africa we have a lot of challenges, especially when it comes to rural and urban development. The rural community of the Ghanaian economy is lacking behind when it comes to internet and data protection or data governance. So is there anything that the best practice that we are sharing together today from all over the world can be taken into other countries for us to also have what is good for the other places so that we can replicate it in Ghana and other African countries? Then another thing that I want us to look at is the fact that we as Africans, what can we do ourselves to make sure that we create this environment for equal opportunities for both the rural and the urban areas? Because it is from, if you look at it from the research point of view, the figures, the gap is too much, 25, 50%. It is not too good for we as Africans. And that if we really want to catch up with the rest of the world, we should be looking at a multi-stake approach with both government, stakeholders, the telecoms, to make sure that internet is accessible, is available, is affordable to the rural folk, so that we can all be part on this internet platform. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that question. We have less than 15 minutes left, but I would suggest that you talk a little bit with Nigel, because I think what we see in the Caribbean is how after years of working at having national and regional IGFs and working with anchor institutions, you know, from the regulatory institution to government to business, how they actually manage to share best practices. And I think, Nigel, you also talked about the small island developing states who face huge challenges, but they are slowly but surely able to share best practices and apply them. So maybe the two of you should just have coffee together after this session. But I think you're absolutely right. This gentleman over here.
Yes, good morning. My name is Saliu Mansere. I'm from the Sierra Leone IGF and also a member of the UK IGF as well. Firstly, on the issue of policy, I think making the IGF a lot more stakeholder aware, because to be honest, most of the time when we talk about stakeholders, we're almost talking in an in sort of like just a community of IGF activists. For example, the conference we're here today, how many people globally are aware of IGF 2022? Not that many. With all IGFs in our countries, do we inform the greater community about those IGF sessions? No. So we need to ensure that if we want to have the relevance here today, we should be having CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera relating to not only our people who are using the internet, but also to the policymakers so that they can hear us and know what we're talking about here. And that's happened a few weeks ago with COP. It should be happening here as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Very valuable point. Olga?
Hello.
We can hear you. We have two hands online. We have Andrea wants to make a response and Benjamin. Benjamin from Nigeria, IGF, I think you were first, but you have to be very brief, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
We can hear
Okay.
you, Benjamin.
Thank you, Olga. In order to make a quick response to Henriette's questions, I think it would be fair for IGF and the NRIs to have some kind of evaluation tools to look at some of these principles or ideas we want to see permeate in our interventions and yearly review these tools and see how each NRI is doing. And taking from what Niger has said too, I think NRIs would do well to collaborate with more advanced NRIs to see how agendas that are agreed, summaries that are agreed upon, or frameworks that we have decided to work with, or principles are being implemented in our countries, our societies, and we are seeing practical implementations of them. And this should be some of the things we should come back together when we congregate to discuss and see how to move forward, support those who are lagging in different areas, and gradually move towards the center. I think this is the only way we can either make this possible in policy making, technical approaches, and also what the Netherlands have also been doing, how we can see these best practices implemented at various NRI, and it should greatly be rewarded or encouraged when we see different NRIs ensuring this happens in their countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Benjamin. And I have to call out Benjamin. He was a participant in the first African School on Internet Governance, where he almost walked all the way from Nigeria to South Africa to participate in it. So Benjamin, it has been a pleasure to see your work since 2013.
Thank you.
Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henriette. I want to just to quickly respond to the intervention from the gentleman before. I couldn't get his name about the media participation and getting more people learn about the national IGF, and also what the MP from Ghana mentioned on what could be concrete impact. So on the latter, I completely agree with him, and we try to do that, and I think we succeeded in Italy, involving national media, calling them really both inviting the media to be there as a moderator for the sessions, but also reaching out to the local press, the national press, kind of making our case, and it worked. I mean, these are issues that are as relevant and as hot, and they get the attention of the audience as climate change. And it is true that for many years, this community has been probably too wonky, too technical, not really good in bridging the gap between, the internet, let's say, experts and the larger audience. So we did put that as a major challenge for us, and we are happy to share our experiences on how we did that and how it worked. So we went all the way to the national main news on public channels. On the
Thanks, Andrea. Can you wind up, please?
Yes, I'll wind up with one thing. So the IGF community is never done in a way, and governments comes and go. What I want to say is that Italy in 2015 was very far ahead, and we drafted a Charter of Internet Rights in 2015. It was very, it was the product of a multi-stakeholder consultation, and it went to the parliament. It was adopted as a kind of not a, as a kind kind of framework decision from the chambers, and then it sat there, and then I think 5 or 6 governments, we have a lot of governments changing in Italy, come and go, and it kind of stayed there, almost forgotten. What we do at the Italian IGF is that every time we call for the new government representative, we call different parties, we bring this back and we say, look, we had this work done, it needs to be taken in consideration, needs to be evolved, further discussed, and it kind of works. You know, sometimes you see these are thorny issues that not everybody wants to have, you know, a discussion with, even the European level. But we keep bringing it forward, and you know, and we don't mind being the one that bothers. And every year we have a session on the Internet Digital Charters of Rights, and you know, every time we call the new government to be there and ask them what are they doing on that. So we kind of keep them.
Thanks, Andreas. Sorry to cut you short, but thanks for making that comment, because I think without continuity, we cannot apply these principles either at the policy level or the technical level. And I think what we see from this example and also from the Caribbean example, continuity is really the only way you get results. Expecting results in the short term, I think we see that from the Dutch and the UK as well. Many NRIs only really begin to show impact a few years into the process. We have a participant from UNICEF with a question. I think that can we just get the mic to UNICEF to make their contribution? And please keep it brief, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I am Yodit from UNICEF Ethiopia Country Office. I will be very precise. My question is about children, especially elementary children. Nowadays, even the school expose them to internet. There are home take assignment. So this has a huge risk of exposing them to toxic information. The last speaker on the podium, the panelist, said about trusting the system. Yes, human element always has a bias and error. So we are not simply leaving to the school, guardian, or parents. So there should be a system. My question is there any system right now in place or in the future to protect them from toxic information, toxic data? Our children are very smart, even elementary children, very smart, grade 3, grade 4, but it doesn't mean they have the maturity level to sort out toxic information. So I'm thinking similar thing like I'm not robot, maybe I'm not minor anymore. So it's better to trust the system rather than trusting as a person. So is there anything in the system, like I'm not a robot, protect them? So thank you.
Thanks for that question, because we live in an era where children have rights, where we are in a stronger position to respect and honor their rights, but we also have to take that into account. I would like to point you, there's someone here from the Dynamic Coalition on child online safety. She's sitting here in the front of the room. So Yuta, put up your hand. Maybe the two of you can have coffee. And Nigel, maybe you can respond to that as well. So I now am going to take us into, I'm so sorry, everyone, but we have to come to a close. I can't take more hands. Some of our panelists would like to respond, and then Olga and I will make some closing remarks. I'm very sorry. Can you be 30 seconds? 30 seconds. Just introduce yourself in literally 30 seconds. They're bringing you the mic. That's like 10 seconds gone already.
Okay. Hi, my name is Daraje. I'm from here. I'm just worried about the connectivity of internet in Africa. We're talking about security, cyber security, digital security, and so on and so on. That is for European or American who has gone through too far. So we as an African, we have a connection problem. So what that this conference has in a plan resolve, to have resilient connectivity and so on.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll respond to that later. So thanks everyone. Sorry to cut people short. Nigel, do you have some responses? I think Jennifer, you have some responses. And I think Olga has some remarks she wants to make as well. I'm not sure, Tijani, if you have anything. Nigel, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Very brief indeed. I mean, the response to the terms of online safety, especially for children, is a fundamental problem I think our societies face. We must protect our children, but at the same time, we can't shield them from everything. We have to give them the opportunities that the internet, envisions, and so it is a difficult problem indeed. But we have to have systems to put those protections in place. And as many of you know, the UK is putting through legislation on online safety. It's incredibly difficult to get it right, but perhaps some others can learn from us or learn from our mistakes. The second point I want to make in response to what my namesake Nigel made and others made about the vitality, about the continuity, about the excellence of what we are seeing across the NRI network. Yes, the challenges as well, but this is real democracy in action. Many of us that were around in the World Summit on Information Start in 2003 and 2005, I don't think, when we thought we could set up the IGF, or, we never thought that perhaps it would be like this national and regional democracy, this feeding process that many of you take part in. And so finally, I think it has to be a two-way process as well. The UN IGF has to learn from the NRIs, but the NRIs also can feed back the messages into their local communities that come from this marvelous conference as well. Thank you, Africa, for hosting us. This has been incredible.
Thanks, Nigel. It's a pleasure, but Africa is not a country. Just remember that. I'm just making a Jennifer, Tijani, very brief.
Okay, very brief. I realized that I forgot to mention another core principle, which is the public interest. Public interest should be on the top of all interests that considered on internet, because it was supposed to be reached by the multi-stakeholder governance model, because the stakeholder come, sit with their interest, and discuss and reach a consensus. In this case, they will balance all the interests, and at the end, you will have the public interest that will be considered. So this is, in my point of view, a core principle for a good internet. Thank you.
Just in a quick response to our colleague over from UNICEF, we do have an NRI session on actions needed to keep our children safe online. If you want to hear more about what NRIs are doing, do come to CR6, it's 1:45. So just a quick response to all the colleagues that have already spoken. I think collectively the NRI network has a lot to offer, a lot to do, and a lot to learn from each other, as well as the IGF, as my colleague Nigel has very eloquently put. I think together it is really important for us to work towards making all the discussions we're having right now to affect actual policy in our national jurisdictions. And I think that's something we can have to do together. Back to you, Henriette.
Thanks very much. I'll respond to the question about the connectivity challenge and then make some summary remarks. I think we know how to address the connectivity challenge. I think we need our governments and all other stakeholders not to be ambivalent about the value of the internet. Yes, there are threats and there are challenges that we have to address, but we can only address them if everyone has access. We know that internet shutdowns doesn't work. We know that monopolies don't work. We know that competition, reducing the cost of access, having independent telecommunications regulators that enable a vibrant internet industry and market. We know it works. We know community networks and small de-linked networks work. We know we need solar power and renewable energy and off-grid power solutions, if we're going to have the electricity that we need in Africa to have connectivity. We know we need human capacity, and we know we need money. But I think sometimes we are too obsessed with what we don't have, and we don't actually act and mobilize the resources that we do have. So frankly, I've been working in access for 30 years, and I think we know what to do. I'm just distressed that we are not doing it sufficiently at national, local, and continental level. So I'm happy to have coffee with you. I think what stood out for me was the commonality of the principles. There was a lot of overlap between the principles from the different NRIs, but also some differences. And I think those differences also tell a story. You know, the emphasis on the data wars that Tijani mentioned. And I think we saw excellent examples of how NRIs are applying these principles. The strong regional collaboration that you have in the Caribbean, for example, utilizing anchor institutions as they do in the Caribbean. The Netherlands' very strong emphasis on capacity building and using capacity building and collaboration with the technical standards community. You know, in every NRI, I think we saw excellent examples of how to apply these principles. I think that we just need to take home that it can be done, but that we need continuity. I think that was the point that also came up. We need to continue with NRIs. An NRI, you might have a bad NRI one year, don't give up. It can be better next year. It's hard work, but over time they have impact. We heard the point about reaching out, using the media, reaching audiences and actors that are not currently part of the conversation. That's a challenge for every NRI, and it's a challenge for the IGF as a whole. But change takes time. And I think we also need to acknowledge and appreciate the hard work that's being done. Olga, any last words from you?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Henriette, and congratulations to you and to all colleagues online and on site. I would like to quote Jennifer: all NRIs have a lot to offer to the whole community and to the internet. We should let people know about the NRIs much more than what we do now. So we encourage the participation, and we encourage others to organize other NRIs. We never have to forget, and our colleague from Africa said that the rural population, especially for developing countries and in Latin America, that's a special issue to have in mind. And it's not bad to have the same issues, but as technology changes and all the scenery changes, having the same issues in the program is not bad, but you have to keep on evolving in reviewing all of them. And I would like to thank all of you for having me online, and I would like to be with you. I'm in my soul, I'm accompanying you there. And thank you for allowing me to chair this very interesting session. And thank you, and have a good day.
Thanks, Olga, and thanks to Colombia for the coffee that helped you be with us. Thanks to the interpreters, and thanks to our tech team. You're fantastic. It's not your fault that your laptop froze when the high bandwidth consuming UK IGF video came on. And thanks to everyone who participated, and all the speakers, all the NRIs, to Anya Gengo from the IGF Secretariat and the NRI coordination team. Sorry, I had to get it. Of course, it was a local. The laptop froze. You know what happens soon? It takes up a lot of RAM. Yeah. Right. And
Recording in progress.
I'll go and see what we're doing.
So when the questions from the audience.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes, yes. I have to translate.
I think we have about a minute to go. Hello, online speakers and moderator Thomas. Everyone is here. Thank you. I've got 30 seconds to go. No, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so I'll pass it on to you.
Would you?
Yeah, you wanted that. So hi everyone, and welcome to this main session on addressing advanced technologies, including AI. And the theme today is common principles and risk-based approaches to AI governance. Adam and I, Amrita, are the MAG moderators. We are just supporting the moderation in the room, but Thomas online would be the actual moderator. But before we start, Adam out here would just give you an overview of why we are discussing this.
Thank you, Amrita. So Adam Peake, and I'm a MAG member. So yeah, I just wanted to say that really this session on AI is part of the overall theme about addressing advanced technologies and AI. We thought that that whole range of technologies would be too much. So we're focusing on AI, looking towards some outcomes that we can contribute to other processes, particularly the Global Digital Compact, but really learning how can we as a multi-stakeholder community address this very important topic. AI has the potential to reshape economies and societies and everything we're doing in our lives. Tremendous opportunities for productivity, economic growth, education. We hear of examples such as traffic applications and AI being used in medical services. And at the same time, we're also concerned about risks. And that is one of the topics we'll talk about. Unchecked, AI could lead to biases and discrimination, infringements on privacy and security. So we're talking about how AI systems can be built with the best intentions. Even when we have systems built with the best intentions, there's the potential for harm. So we want to consider both the opportunities and the potential risks and think about what kind of principles and so on we may be able to develop. So my pleasure to be able to introduce this and coordinate it in the room with Amrita. I know that there are many of you who've held sessions on AI this week. We hope that if you're in the room, you'll be able to contribute and ask your questions and make comments towards this goal of producing something useful for other processes that will come after us on this topic of AI. So with that, I would like to hand the floor over to Mr. Thomas Schneider, Ambassador Thomas Schneider, who we know from many IGFs, and he's the chair of the Council of Europe's Committee on Artificial Intelligence. So Thomas, with that, over to you, please. And I hope the technology works, and thank you very much, everybody, for joining.
Thank you all. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Thomas.
You cannot hear me. I can hear you. You cannot hear me.
I think we need the audio from the Zoom room. It's not working. We can't hear the speaker.
So people in the Zoom room seem to hear me.
Thomas, can you try now?
This is me.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear an echo. So yes, thank you, Adam and Amrita, for the introduction. I'll be very brief and basically start with giving the floor to the speakers. I think the key point is, as Adam has said, we have a chance here at this year's IGF to feed multi-stakeholder voices into a UN process, which is the work on a global digital compact. And I think we should try and work together all to produce input and produce messages that will then in the end hopefully be heard by the UN process. So with this, let me introduce the first speaker, which is Karine Pesset, She works for quite some time now on AI at the OECD. So Corinne, please, the floor is yours.
Thomas, I cannot see Karen in the room, so if you would like to go with the next speaker first.
Okay, then we would move and hope she will join us soon. Then we would move to Professor Chilitsi Marvala, the next rector of the United Nations University starting from March next year.
No, thank you very much for that introduction, and good morning from my side. Is still the morning to all of you. In the deployment of hybrid systems which focus on the convergence between human beings and machines, we need to be wider in our understanding of sources of human intelligence, if you will. The pandemic has certainly confirmed that we are in the midst of a deep and profound technological shift, and it indicated the global digital divide that keep us apart. Admittedly, however, when we hone into the African context, there is a distinct lag that needs to be addressed. It is imperative that we consider multiple perspectives in order to build more inclusive AI systems. The lag in development, infrastructure deficits, and vast scientific and technological gaps on the continent are in part symptomatic of this lag and the imposition of systems in Africa that do not necessarily speak to our own context. This is even exacerbated by the fact that in many places where these technologies are being developed, Africans are not even on the table. Guy Fuli once warned that African countries with large poor populations face a frightening future dependency, and we should take him seriously. As he put it, the countries that are not in good shape are the countries that have perhaps a large population, but no AI, no technologies, no Google, no Tencent, no Baidu, no Alibaba, no Facebook, no Amazon, close quote. Thus, as we consider AI models, we must consider multiple sources of knowledge, ethics, and systems that inform the human component. I would argue that it is imperative to determine how we identify these needs in a manner that speaks to our differing contexts. In Africa, and indeed in South Africa, there is an argument to be made for operating according to our values based on the principle of Ubuntu. And Ubuntu, which is defined as a quality that includes the essential human virtue, compassion and humanity, presents as an alternative. This is not to say that this calls for a distinct system, but rather one that understands that although we are diverse, we are intricately linked to each other. While I use Africa as an example in this case, it is broader consideration and could also be viewed in terms of global north-south divide, for example. So we need to ensure that the data that is used to train AI systems is as inclusive as possible. And we have seen examples where AI systems are not able to recognize African faces well. And simply the reason for that is because there's simply far fewer database on African populations than database on the rest of the world. We need to be able to develop AI that is able to handle things like missing data, which is quite stuck in the African continent. Most of the models that are developed now assume that data is almost complete. Whereas when you are dealing in Africa, whether it is an AI system that is used in health, we need to understand that there is a gap when it comes to missing data. We need to also educate people. Ethics must be embedded in AI education. I think that is very, very important. We need to be able to do this. Our educational system must be multidisciplinary. It has to equip everyone almost as a right to be able to understand all these technological developments. Here at the University of Johannesburg, there's Vice Chancellor, outgoing Vice Chancellor. We have introduced a compulsory AI literacy course so that all our 50,000 students at the least understand where this technology, what this technology is all about. We need to understand the impact of AI in many aspects of our lives, whether it is in the future of work, whether it is in how it handles human relations, and embed that into our legislative framework so that our people can be protected. This, of course, requires our lawmakers to become more technically literate, something that the University of Johannesburg is doing, training some of our lawmakers in Southern Africa to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gilitsi, for this very relevant intervention, that we should not forget those that are not yet on the forefront on all of these technologies, those that are not represented or not sufficiently represented, at least in the data, which is one of the reasons for bias that we may get. So let me now see whether Karine Persay from OECD is ready.
Thank you, Thomas. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Thomas. I was actually here, but my camera was disabled. So I'm delighted to participate in this session today, and I'll jump right in with an overview. So back in May 2019, the OECD with partner countries and the G20 committed to 10 principles, the OECD AI principles. And since that point, we've been working to help countries operationalize these principles. And the first 5 principles are values that AI systems should reflect and rights that should be protected. And here, these are things like inclusiveness, human rights, democracy, fairness, transparency, and explainability, and very importantly, accountability of AI actors for these. And these are, I think these principles were early in terms of intergovernmental agreements, but they're very aligned with many of the following agreements that are quite consistent, I would say, overall. And these principles also lay out 5 recommendations to governments to build AI ecosystems that can benefit societies, with policies, for example, to build a human capacity for AI, among others. So since early 2019, we've been trying to help operationalize these principles through a few initiatives. One, I'll just mention a few of them. One is the OECD.ai Policy Observatory, and that's an online platform with resources like a database of national AI policies that currently covers 69 countries, and we're looking to expand this coverage to other interested countries. And AI policies, as Mr. Marwala pointed out, will necessarily depend on each country's starting point. So policies for AI literacy and upskilling in Egypt, that I think Sally on the panel also knows very well, will differ from those in Finland, in Kenya, or in Colombia, but still valuable lessons can be learned oftentimes from other countries' experience. And this goes to Mr. Marwala's points, I think. So OECD.ai also has a section on worldwide AI trends to inform policies with data on what is happening. And what is happening is very interesting in the AI ecosystem, and it's not always what you'd expect. So, for example, we often talk about the United States and China, but India has become a major AI player in terms of AI skills and software development, and actually even on other characteristics, a real major player. We also conduct analytical work on lots of topics through a global multi-stakeholder network of experts and a working party on AI governance. And when I say global, I mean that's very inclusive in terms of, it includes, of course, OECD member countries, but it includes a lot of other countries around the world. And that conducts analysis, like, for example, many pieces of analysis, but I'll give a few examples. We're focusing right now on analysis of AI compute capacity and compute divide. We focus oftentimes on data and on models, but in fact, the actual physical infrastructure compute is AI compute, which is specific to AI, is an important enabler as well. or on how to develop AI language resources for smaller and minority languages. Those are topics we're working on. And I'd also like to highlight active cooperation that we have with 8 partner IGOs, including the World Bank, UNESCO, the Inter-American Development Bank, and represented today also the Commission and Council of Europe. So the resources that we create together are at globalpolicy.ai. So that's my introduction. Back to you, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Karine. Our next speaker is, she has already been mentioned, is Radwan, Sally Radwan. She is coordinator of the African Union Working Group on AI. And as has been mentioned, she has been participating in the UNESCO's expert group working on the recommendation on ethics, and also has been an advisor to the Egyptian government on its AI strategy. So Sally, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be very concise and I'll focus on one specific point, which is the multilateral approaches to reaching a binding agreement on AI, a global binding agreement, I should say. Having been through a number of these multilateral processes myself, I tend to be deeply skeptical of the possibility of reaching one binding global agreement, and certainly not in one step. So not only do I think it's unrealistic, I don't think it's a particularly good idea. And I'll tell you why. So first of all, multilateral negotiations will inevitably be very long drawn to the point that they may become irrelevant or outdated even before they're produced. The second reason is they will always produce a very watered down version of basically what no one objects to, as opposed to what we actually want to achieve as a group. And then thirdly, they've always been steered and dominated by a small number of countries, no matter how hard we try to make them inclusive. And unfortunately, these are usually, but not always, Western countries, which creates, again, a feeling in the global South that we're being disadvantaged, we're being left out of the conversation, our priorities and values aren't being taken into account. What I can see working, since we're trying to be kind of an outcome-driven session here, what I can see working is a semi-bottom-up approach. So now we have several agreements around principles and values, such as the UNESCO one, the OECD, and many, many others. But I think in terms of binding agreements, they should first be formed at the regional or even sub-regional level. And this would ensure that all parts of the world get a say in a binding agreement. And they are at the same time much more realistic to achieve, because it's easier to get geographically close or like-minded countries to agree on something. Then there should be a forum of fora, so to speak, and it can't be driven by one region. It can be driven by one organization. It needs to be driven by the UN, which is why I think this is a particularly good forum to discuss this. And then we start building bridges between those regional agreements. We don't have to then come up with one single binding agreement for everyone, but at least define kind of interfaces for cross-border cooperation, for product and knowledge transfers, and so on. Just like we build interfaces between systems that use different types of data or formats, we can build interfaces and bridge gaps between regions. And part of these agreements should be the definition of standards of compliance, much along the lines, for example, of CE certifications for medical devices, which also include the classification. And Karine mentioned the work that the OECD has been done. They've started working on a framework for classifying AI systems, which I think can be a very good starting point for that. This classification can then lead to different requirements for things like transparency, auditability, etc. And it will be understood what each product is capable of or has undergone to reach a particular level of certification in a particular region. And then ideally, these will start to merge over time so that eventually we end up with 1, 2, maximum 3 global standards that are understandable to everyone, but take the needs of all countries into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you very much for this very interesting proposal of different steps that could lead us to developing something in common based on the work that has already been done by different institutions. And I'd like to directly now follow up on that with a short information about the Council of Europe, and me, my role as the chair of one of the key committees, is currently doing in this regard in one region. So for those that are not familiar with the Council of Europe, it is important to know that this is not the European Union. The Council of Europe is an intergovernmental organization with 46 member states with the goal to promote human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And it has established more than 200 conventions and hundreds of soft law recommendations. And in the past few years, the Council of Europe has not only developed soft law guidance on AI in different sectors, it has spent 2-3 years to look into AI in general and think about what may be an appropriate legal framework for the development, design, and use of AI. Knowing, of course, that existing legal frameworks on human rights, on democracy, on rule of law, etc., are already applicable to AI, but there was a feeling that there were gaps in interpreting this framework, applying it to AI, and that an additional set of instruments may be needed. So the conclusion was that the Committee of Ministers decided that there should be a binding transversal instrument establishing a set of fundamental principles for the development, design, and use of AI based on the Council of Europe standards, so human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And this would be complemented by binding or non-binding instruments in the sectors, for instance, in the field of health, in the judicial system, or elsewhere where it is considered necessary. So the committee that I'm chairing has been mandated to work on a binding convention containing principles on AI, which should be based on the Council of Europe standards. But at the same time, it should be conducive to innovation. So it should be a tool that protects people, but that also allows them and the industry to flourish, to innovate. And it is important to know that this is not just an instrument for the European member states of this institution. It's an instrument where any country interested in upholding the same values can participate in the elaboration and can also then sign and ratify it and become a party to the convention. And in addition, which is the second point, which is important, we'll look at, given that all these regulatory frameworks that are discussed, all these principles built on a risk-based approach, on the idea of classifying systems according to risks or impact, we are also at the same time working on what we call HUDERIA, human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment. That will not be a specific instrument, but it will lay out the basic elements that such instruments could have, giving a shared umbrella for all that use such methodologic instruments, but allowing each country, each nation state to apply it and develop a specific model in its own way. So this is a contribution of the Council of Europe that we hope that will lead to something like Sally proposed. So with this, let me hand over to the next speaker in our panel, which is Jamila Venturini. She's Executive Director at Derechos Digitales. Thank you, Jamila.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. In these initial remarks, I'd like to highlight 3 key elements to be taken into account as we discuss common principles for AI. And these are inspired by our research around the use of such systems in the public sector in Latin America, which you can find at ia.derechosdigitales.org. The first point I'd like to bring is that the concept of AI may not necessarily be the best one to advance such common principles, as we have different understandings and implementations in different regions, and an immense disparity when it comes to how they develop and deploy such technologies. Several of the implementation of AI at the public sector in Latin America, for instance, are not restricted to fully automated decision-making systems, machine learning or deep learning systems, but they also imply several risks. If we adopt a strict understanding of AI, we might leave them uncovered and thus people and countries unprotected. The second point related to the first one is that although standards and principles multiply at the global level, research has shown an underrepresentation of Latin American and African perspectives in the debates around AI and ethics, which are inspiring a large part of the national policies on the matter, including in those countries. This means that policymaking may end up ignoring local realities and priorities. And I believe the UNESCO recommendations are the greatest exception to this, and it would be key for all stakeholders to get involved in the process of its operationalization and implementation, since it brings relevant instruments to contextualize regulation in different regions and countries. The third point, again on the national AI policies, considering the Latin American context, is that while most initiatives dialogue with such global standards and principles, they also respond to market pressures from the private sector who wish to guarantee legal environments that can foster their commercial interests. And let's recall that Latin America is a region that mostly consumes technology, and its production is generally localized and incipient. So policymaking is not rarely attached to the global tech industry interests and influence. The case of the Brazilian AI bills is particularly illustrative of how a corporate techno-solutionist approach can contaminate policy discussions, as it tried to give a blanket authorization for the development and implementation of any form of AI, regardless of positive obligations on the development of impact assessments and the existence of any guarantees that such systems won't impact on the exercise of fundamental rights. And because of all that, to conclude, yes, we need global standards, but we need them to be truly global, with meaningful participation of global South countries in the definition of concepts and priorities, with proactive measures to facilitate civil society's input and meaningful participation at the national, but also at the global levels of policymaking and standard setting, with a particular focus again on the global South, and with accountability on how such participation is being considered in these processes, and with concrete mechanisms to mitigate the local and global injustices and inequalities which result from the concentration of data assets and therefore knowledge production in some actors and countries, regardless of the places from where data is being extracted, in what has been called by some a form of data colonialism. And here I would like to refer you to the excellent policy brief developed by the Data Justice Project at GPay, which brings some initial thoughts around how to regulate these processes. I'll stop here, not to advance so much on time, but I'm glad to continue discussing this with you next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamila, and thank you also for making the connection to data, of course, because AI systems cannot do anything but using the data that they are fed with. And again, this is, of course, the question of data governance has a big impact on what happens, what the effects of AI are. With this, let me move over to the next speaker, which is Jordanka Ivanova from the European Commission.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here with so many distinguished speakers and stakeholders. Indeed, as a representative of the European Commission and hence the European Union, we would like to stress the great support for this stakeholder event and discussion, focusing on the need for human-centric approach to an AI regulation. In Europe, we put a big focus on artificial intelligence technology, and we have already in 2019 adopted key principles. Afterwards, we have moved forward, and last year we proposed a package which aims to create an ecosystem of trust with the first proposal for legislative framework for artificial intelligence, which is a horizontal one. It aims to address the risks that certain uses of this technology could pose to fundamental rights, health and safety, while enabling the beneficial uses and creating legal certainties and opportunities for uptake and innovation within the European single market. And we also create and follow the same risk-based approach by targeting our rules to applications that could pose such high risks, and proposing specific binding requirements that are easy to operationalize and procedures for operators to ensure key principles that were also mentioned today, like data quality, documentation to ensure accountability, accuracy of the system. So we are sure that they perform well on European population and other also citizens and people who are placed in Europe. And they are safe for use. There are specific obligations, but we also rely a lot on standards in the future. And we are very much keen to cooperate with international partners so we can build this common understanding how to actually operationalize and implement those principles while taking into account also the need for inclusiveness and different region perspective on those issues. We also, besides this regulatory framework, we also have proposed a coordinated plan on artificial intelligence, as we think that it's not only principles and rules, but we also need very specific actions to support and create the ecosystem that enables the trustworthy development and use of those technologies. And here we propose a lot of measures for data, computing, facilities, skills, all those issues that are also very important in general and go well beyond also the principles and the regulatory rules. So maybe I stop with this, not to take more of that time, but just to want to conclude by saying that as European Union, we are very much keen on cooperating both at international level with key partners, and we do that bilaterally with many countries, but also in multilateral fora such as this forum, but also key other international organizations like Council of Europe, OECD, UN, for the progress that approach to trustworthy and human-centric AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordanka. And I've been reminded by the interpreters that we should all try, and that includes myself definitely as well, we should all try to speak a little slower. But this is the challenge. If we reduce or if we limit our speaking times, then of course we all tend to speak faster in order to get more of our messages across. But having said this, let me introduce the last let's say panelists in this session, and then we'll try to open up the discussion to involve as many of you that we can. And this is Sunil Abraham. He's data public policy director, data economy and emerging tech of the Meta in India, Asia Pacific. Thank you, Sunil.
Thanks so much, Thomas. And I'd like to begin by giving a little more color to Karin's characterization of India as a significant player as far as AI is concerned. Part of that comes from the very top. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi last year set a goal to train 1 million Indians in AI within the period of a single year. There is also movement as far as regulation and policy making is concerned. Our premier policy making think tank, Niti Aayog, has published 2 approach documents. The first one in Feb 2021 and the second one in August 2021. The first one focused on principles for responsible AI, and the second approach document focused on operationalizing these principles for responsible AI. And as Jordanka and you, Thomas, have mentioned, Niti Aayog has also embraced a risk-based approach for regulating the harms that emerge out of AI. And what is important, at least for me to note, is that they have clearly said that where the risk of harms are low, then either policymakers should opt for regulatory forbearance or give market players the opportunity to lead with self-regulation. Now, I'll quickly cover some of the work that is happening at Meta to address some of these harms and also to build and operationalize the principles. The first is an internal tool, which is called Fairness Flow, which can be used to detect both model bias and training set bias, especially what Professor Marvala said about having bias in AI systems. This could be preempted by using this internal tool. And the point that your Dunker made about building perhaps what we could call public digital goods for the ecosystem. We have two open source projects. One is Opacus, which is a free software library for training models with differential privacy, and then Captum, which is a free software library for model interpretability. As far as model explainability goes, Facebook has been adopting a particular approach, which we call model cards. You can already see the model cards on our news feeds across Facebook and Instagram. And also when you are served an ad, you will see a little sign that says, why am I seeing this? That is the approach that we are using for model explainability at Meta. And to close, I would like to give a case study of the increasing use of open source, open science, and open data at Meta when it comes to AI development. The case study that I would like to use is a BlenderBot, which is a open source chatbot. As you know, most of these bots have a tendency or even a possibility of producing toxic and offensive speech. Part of the open science paradigm is to provide public demos of these models so that they can be tested by a global community. And perhaps this is in line with our philosophy when it comes to building the metaverse. As Meta, we don't believe we will build the metaverse alone. We believe that it's a collective global project. And similarly, we don't think that the challenges that AI poses will be solved in a solitary fashion, but rather in a collectivistic approach. And this approach of sharing IP in this open model allows for global technology transfer. And this again resonates with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of giving the greatest number of people the skills and visibility into these core technologies. Thanks again, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Sunil. So I think if I'm trying to sum up what we've heard so far, I think we have a large number of principles of guidance out there. It's mainly soft law. The EU is working on a regulatory tool for market regulation. The Council of Europe is working on a binding instrument laying out principles. The problem is that on one hand, the challenge is how to actually implement these principles, how to make sure that these principles are also interoperable across regions, across national borders. And what we've heard from several stakeholders from developing countries, that most of this work is driven by let's say, industrialized countries, stakeholders, be it the industry, be it governments, and the views and the needs and the situation and also the visions of let's say, the global south or developing countries are not necessarily heard enough. So at least this is my personal sense, if I may sum up what we've heard so far. We do have now some time, and I would like to open the floor now to all of us, that you can also, those in particular, those that have participated in the various sessions that have dealt with AI and new technologies, on contributing in particular with a view to, again, what this IGF could formulate as messages to feed into the Global Digital Compact, departing from where we stand now with a number of principles and guidance, with one global instrument from UNESCO that is the first one that has set some standards on ethics on a global level. But of course, this is maybe not sufficient. It is one important step, but it may not be sufficient to come to a global framework that allows to reflect all needs of all cultures at the same time, allows for a concrete way of dealing with AI by the industry, by regulatory authorities. And we've heard a proposal from Sally about how we could move forward to getting to a, let's say, a shared way of dealing with AI, allowing AI to produce innovation while at the same time trying to make sure that AI is used for the benefit of all people and to minimize impact. So what are the things that we need to do now? What are the message that you want to give to the world at this late moment in 2022? What is our situation? What do we need to do as next steps in order to turn this principle into something usable for everybody? Also knowing again that important element of how do we organize and the idea of classifying such volatile things as AI systems in a way that, in a workable way, legally, technically, that it is able to differentiate between applications that have no risk of harm at all, or very little, or very high, or even maybe too high. I think this is something that we are all struggling with on how to develop such a methodology and such systems. So let me open the floor to all of you to contribute to the discussion, with the aim then to, at the end, hopefully being able to summarize some key messages that we want to give into the Global Digital Compact. Now I need your help.
Thomas, we have 2 questions on the floor. Would you like to take them?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have Tulio first. We have 3 actually. Tulio first.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Tulio from Brazil, and I would like to build on the Global South perspective, beginning with AI, and just to point to the fact that for developing countries, the term bias in many cases is too light. The challenge for us is actually to address structural inequalities both within and among countries. And the need is for us to shift the focus on AI system development from a profit-oriented business model to one that would be deeply embedded on the Sustainable Development Goals, on the need for us to leave no one behind. And in that aspect, it is fundamental for us to work on enhanced international cooperation, both in terms of digital governance and data governance, with the ultimate goal to address and reverse digital and data divides. And in that aspect, I would very much like to push back on some notions on skepticism on the possibility of achieving multilateral and multi-stakeholder global agreements, because we are here with an issue that we have before us that is very much existential for many people in the world, not only nations, but also individuals and segments of the society. So we would not have an option other than to be very much ambitious, not only in terms of addressing AI, but also digital and data governance that would also include other disruptive technologies such as quantum computing. So the message that we would very much strongly like to convey here is for us to start thinking ambitiously. We have heard a number of times this analogy between the challenge that we have before us in the IGF and the challenge of climate change. And when it came to climate change, it was very much important for us to agree as an international community on a multilateral regime. We do need that on digital and data governance as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silu. for this very interesting also comparison to the discussion on climate change, which is also, let's say, a global challenge, but has also elements of global opportunities. And also, again, the link to a data governance, to a global shared vision on how to deal with data, how to use AI with a view to SDGs, not only to make profit. Thank you very much for these very interesting suggestions. So there's another speaker I hear.
Yes, we have two more. There's a lady and a gentleman. We'll have more questions, but we'll take three now and then we'll come back.
Hello, everyone. So I am Uday Sheikhi from Tunisia. I want to ask a question about how to deal with security issue towards if we consider an AI ecosystem, which is a route to metaverse.
Thomas, can we take the next two questions? I see, actually,
yes,
I see three hands
fine.
frantically waving. Yes, you want to take the next.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm coming from India. I think the fundamentals of AI are both in the global south, internally very disparate. I mean, in sense, within even the context of digital literacy about AI is fragmented. So I think the principles have to be very, sort of challenged in terms of demographics, where we are actually putting and using, what type of principles are required. And it's also very sector specific. So it would be challenging to have the larger guiding frameworks, which are great, but then to look at, are we talking about Senegal, or are we talking about, Morocco, or Ethiopia, and within. So I think that's fundamentals are really challenged in terms of how AI is being looked upon for principles and guidance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Jimson Olufuye, Africa City Alliance. Thank you very much for the presentations. As a matter of fact, artificial intelligence has been with us for quite a while, but in this fourth industrial revolution, that's taken up a new life, with so many connected things, with broadband catalyzing this. Well, I just want to put on record that as we make progress, AI must be accountable to us. Under no circumstance must it be let loose. It must remain accountable to us. And another important point is that cybersecurity, the security of these devices is very critical. So it's a twin factors that are interrelated: accountability of AI and the need for cybersecurity, the security of these devices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Thompson Chengeta. I'm an associate professor in law and technology at Liverpool John Moores University. I do have two key perhaps messages that I would just want to note. Now, the first one relates more fully to what the delegate from Brazil just said when it comes to the principles which we see in most regional or national policies regarding artificial intelligence when it comes to the question of bias. I would want to emphasize the same point that perhaps that term is too weak for one major reason. In most of the policies that you read, there is almost an assumption that we are dealing with AI that is a neutral technology. It is not. I think it is fundamental that when we're talking about the principle of bias, we specifically mention the victims, say their names. There are specific individuals or groups that are more fully impacted by these AI technologies. And in some of our research, which we have suggested what we're calling the principle against discrimination and oppression, PADO, we specifically say which are the groups, which are the individuals who are largely impacted by this technology. My second point, and being the last, is on the aspect of the need for international treaties or legal instruments regulating artificial intelligence technologies. Of course, we have heard about the skepticism or the challenges that we may face when we try to have these kind of instruments, but they are needed. The reason why they are needed is because there exist legal gaps as far as governance of artificial intelligence is concerned. If you look as my last statement on this, where we say there's always a benefit in thinking broadly or trying to be that ambitious. If you look at the current attempts at the United Nations on autonomous weapon systems, even though states have failed for the past 8 years to come with a legally binding instrument, at least there are principles that they have been able to at least come on convergence. For example, principles such as the principle of meaningful human control over use of force. So I think it would be a good attempt to continue trying to have international instruments on AI.
Thank you very much. Giacomo Mazzone, co-chair of the PNMA initiative. I want just to make a procedural question, because I listened that there are many initiatives going on at the UNESCO, at the Council of Europe, the UN, etc., etc. I think that we need to think which could be the role of the IGF in that, because IGF is global, is multi-stakeholder, is the place where we can add meaningful activities to all the other fora that are mainly multilateral and governmental driven. So can we assume that a message coming from this IGF is to try to bring into the digital compact a reflection transversal to all these initiatives in order to go all in the same direction, having the same meaning? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's an interesting comment, Giacomo. As a MAG member, it would be very interesting to see what role the IGF could have ongoing, perhaps as a place where principles and other aspects could be reviewed each year, but we'll leave that to the panelists to discuss. Perhaps there's a role beyond the Global Digital Compact that we could look and review and talk about principles and risks. But I took the mic to actually mention that there's a question in the chat, Adriana Labardini, and she writes in the chat, we are discussing AI design while AI is already ruling many processes, decisions, both in private and public sector. It is not just a futuristic tech, it is already used by banks, employers, platforms, school admissions, etc. Ethics has never been part of the equation for maximizing profits. Why would it now be in algorithm design and data governance? And I think the question is soft law the answer? So thank you, Thomas. I think we've had a good collection of questions. If you'd look, oh, I'm sorry, there's one more coming.
No, Thomas, there's Anthony Wong who wants to make a comment. After that, perhaps you all can take it forward.
Thank you. I'm Rita. I'm sorry I couldn't turn on my video because the hosts have not allowed me to, but at least I've got my picture on the screen. I hosted the AI ethics and regulation panel on Wednesday with my co-panelists, Shamika from UNTAG, and also with Ed Santor, who's the former Australian Human Rights Commissioner of Australia. My background, I'm speaking both as a lawyer because I'm a qualified lawyer practicing in IT, been working on AI for many years and speaking in many places on AI. I'm also the president of the International Federation for Information Processing, IFIP, was created under the auspices of UNESCO 60 years ago. So we've got members countries across 5 continents, from the British Computer Society to Australia, New Zealand, Canada, South Africa, and so forth. So what I'm speaking is I've followed some of the AI sessions over the last couple of days, and I'd just like to summarize my thought, not just as an IT person, but as also a lawyer working in the space. I've followed the UNESCO Declaration of Ethics for some time, and I actually participate in some of that process. And I agree with Sally from Egypt that a lot of work has gone into it. It's not a legally binding document. It's another framework, but it's the most comprehensive framework that I've seen and worked on. And one of the unique features is the framework links to the regulatory aspect, because right now we don't have regulatory systems in many parts of our world. So the UNESCO's frame declaration is not a regulatory framework, but it allows you to link into regional, country, or state-specific laws that you might have. We saw over the last couple of days, people talk about the European Union. Yudanka, you spoke about that. That is probably the most advanced regulatory systems that we've got now in terms of proposed. The discussion has gone on for some time. And I think like the GDPR in Europe, I think the EU legislation, when it comes to force, will set the gold standard for the world, and you would have ripples throughout it, all the countries in the world. So that is the gold standard. I know the GDPR is talking about data privacy and protection, but it has ripple in many countries, including Brazil, Australia, that where I'm based, and will continue to do so. I know that AI is the most complex of all the technologies that we've seen so far, because it has the ability to learn from data, ability to make decisions based on the data, and learn from its data experiences. So it's going to be more than a tool that we've experienced in the past. So in terms of legislation, I think Sally also mentioned, I think one of the speakers mentioned about regional bloc working together like in Africa to come up with some regulatory systems. I think that it's a very good idea, because to have one single law for the world at this stage, it's nearly impossible. It's like Sally said, it's going to take a long time. By that time, the AI has moved and we're past the boat. So I know countries like my country in Australia probably want to do their own, but I think in other less developed countries, like in the African region, I think it's very sensible to do a regulatory framework for that, which will then feed into the UNESCO Ethical Declaration, because then you have that enable as a bloc to negotiate with other trading partners like the EU, which is probably the most advanced in terms of proposed regulation at this stage. And I suppose that'd be a good idea for South America as well, and the ASEAN region as well. So I don't think particularly China will want to do its own. So is India, from what I've heard. And I think gradually over the time, that universal framework that we have would then feed into the regulatory process. But just one last comment. We also talk about intellectual property. As I stated in my session, on Wednesday, WIPO, which is the UN agency for intellectual property, has been discussing over the last few years on giving rights to AI entities for creation of work, for creative work, including artworks and paintings and novels and videos and games. But they're also looking at patenting, whether AI is allowed to patent, and giving the rights to AI, not the human, but the AI, the rights to be allowed to patent. The discussion is evolving now. Now is the time to get involved in that conversation, because on our session, we also talked about being inclusive, allow open technology diffusion to certain parts of the less developed world, so the technology can be shared and be used and developed in the locally context, as we heard, like in Africa, in the local context. So I think in terms of IP, this is now the time to get into that discussion. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Anthony, for trying to summarize at least some of the sessions. I think we've heard a number of good actually points. I would propose to take it actually from the question that Giacomo Mazzone has raised, given that we're here at the IGF, given that we have the chance to feed into the Global Digital Compact, given that there is so much work around, mainly, but not only in Western countries, what is the role of the IGF? To repeat his question, what can we do here in this forum to move one step ahead, to support those organizations, be they multilateral or multi-stakeholder, that work on AI, to contribute to a global framework that works for everybody? And of course, again, with the particular focus on how can we be more inclusive with regard to issues, to needs, to circumstances from developing countries. How can we bring those perspectives better in to existing processes that are already working? How can we inspire or support processes in developing regions that they also have a better voice? So maybe, I don't know if I can go back to the panelists also, and then I will go over to you. What would be learnings from the climate processes since the early 90s? Should we develop also, let's say, given that as many of you have said, given that it may be difficult to agree on a worldwide, globally shared legal framework, could we establish something that we would at least agree on a fact-finding expert group, or something that would link all the initiatives together? So over to the panelists for a quick reaction over the many very valuable comments that you've heard. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. I guess I'll start.
That's fine.
So there were a few parts to your question. I'll focus on the first. I think that the key message, one of the key messages that we want to bring forward, is that interoperability between these burgeoning frameworks and standards is very desirable, and ideally ahead of their implementation in mandatory and voluntary AI risk assessment and management standards. You said you said that there's a convergence. There's been a convergence over the past 2 years towards risk-based approaches to managing AI risks, and in many cases that is being operationalized through standards, and those standards are going to be voluntary or mandatory. But still, here we have a key role of many of the actors here today, but we also have also standards development organizations like the ISO play key roles as well. So the interoperability is desirable. Why? Because this doesn't mean having the same rules, and I totally agree with what Sally and others said. Sally, Jordanka, and Anthony and Brazil said about the difficulty of having, we're never going to have the exact same rules, but it does not mean having the same rules, because we'll always set the red lines at different levels depending on the country and culture. But we can try to align terminology where possible, and that will facilitate, or maybe even enable later on, that interoperability, and at least using the same words to talk about the same thing. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult to align. That alignment between, for example, regions, or will be very difficult. So the interoperability in terms of terminology and concepts is what I would think is a very important message.
Yes.
And the reason for that. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Karine. I think interoperability is key, as you say, and interoperability on several levels: on the levels of the principles, on the levels of the approach to classify AI systems, and so on. Who else would like to quickly react from the panel? And then there are 4 more requests from the floor. I would actually like to give them a chance too. So quick reactions from the panelists on what we've heard so far. What can the IGF do?
Thanks. I'm in Chilizi here.
Yes.
I think one thing that as we try to get binding principles from many guidelines that are available on AI, is to always aware that AI often does not come as AI. It comes as something else, maybe autonomous drone, maybe cars, self-driving cars, and so on and so forth. So as we talk about binding principles, we should also be aware of that. How do you embed that on a regulation on autonomous vehicles and so on and so forth? And I agree with the idea that bias is simply just not strong enough. I think the structural inequality as far as access to AI is concerned between the global South and the global North is something that has to be taken forward quite urgently. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thomas, can I go next?
Yes, please go ahead, and please just all be as brief as you can while talking slowly enough for the interpreters. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Very quickly on the intellectual property and from the perspective of sustainability, Meta and several other companies are part of the low carbon patent pledge. So anybody could use those patents to build low carbon technologies. I'll quickly talk about a set of AI open source projects that are directly relevant for sustainability. Open Catalyst, which is working on developing catalysts for carbon neutral fuels, Galactica and ESM Metagenomic Atlas, which are open science and science infrastructure. And when it comes to de facto standards, which should also complement de jure standards on metaverse, specifically on the question of security and safety, there are initiatives like the Metaverse Standards Forum. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sunil. And please put the information in the chat if you can, so that people can follow up. Let's try and focus again on the question, what can we do here at the ITU? What is the message? We've heard structural inequalities, I think, is one of the probably messages that we need to have, in addition to interoperability of all levels of the framework. There are a few hands up online. Please, yes. Who is
jump
this?
in, Thomas? Thank you. Just first, yes. On the IGF role, I believe this should be a key platform for us to coordinate in developing some cooperation mechanisms, as some of the audience members mentioned, and try to concentrate some of the discussions that are happening right now in very segmented spaces, at least in a sense that we can give meaningful input to what has been discussed in these processes. And I would also like to offer a quick reaction as to some of the points that were made. I guess it becomes clear that the risk-based approach is insufficient for the types of problems that we have in the global South. And at the same time, we do have several human rights standards that are binding and that are not necessarily being considered, including some of the standards that are being discussed by several of the processes that were mentioned here. So I guess, as a starting point, again, I would say that the UNESCO recommendations offer a great basis for that, for building some common standards on what we should be looking at. And some of the processes for the implementation of such recommendations, which are ongoing right now, should also be brought to the IGF and be discussed openly in a truly multi-stakeholder format, because we know there are different power relations in place that prevent some of the participants to be able to participate actively and meaningfully in all the distributed processes that we have ongoing right now. And just a quick point to connect to something that the Brazilian representative mentioned is that besides standards that prevent or remedy harms for the data extractive industry, as for the AI industries, we should also think about cooperation agreements for investing on education and research. And this should be prioritized, including trying to find ways to promote more equity in these science and technology spaces in order for diverse people to be able also to develop this technology, to assess these technologies, and to review their impacts in several of our countries. So let it here for now to you, Thomas.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much, Jamila, again for this very interesting contribution. There are a few hands up in the Zoom room, so maybe
Jordanka had her hand up. Sunil has it. I don't know whether it's old or new.
Sunil is probably old. Who has not? Jordanka, did you want to
Jordanka.
react to this quickly?
Thank you very much. I would just like to support from the European Commission the perspective that we have to be ambitious and we try to collaborate as much as possible with all international partners on those initiatives to better coordinate, develop the right governance. And from our perspective, we think indeed there is an opportunity to develop some common principles and then clear commitments from member states how they can be operationalized. Well, then at the same time working also at a more practical level, as was said, on really ensuring this interoperability, sharing knowledge, developing the actual tools and standards. So we learned from each other and we try to build this common understanding. So, and then just maybe the final point on the role of the IFG, we support the input and the inclusion that can be given to all these international discussions that are now ongoing, including in GPI, UN, Council of Europe, and others. And we from our side are also very open and ready to collaborate in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordanka. Listening to you all about how to cooperate across regions, to how to interact with those that develop these principles, why not think about using the IGF, a part of the IGF, or adding something to the IGF that could be like a platform that would look once a year on where are we with implementing the different AI principles? Where are we with developing systems that allow us to assess risks and impacts and classify? So would that be a way forward that we would say as one of the messages that the IGF could be enriched by a yearly half a day or a day where we would specifically look into how we develop these principles, how they grow together, how they become interoperable. Same for the risk assessment mechanism, same for maybe technical standards that we have been mentioned a few times, but that are not really present maybe enough in the public debate on AI. We focus a lot on regulatory regimes and on risk assessment, but not necessarily on the technical side. Would that be something that would be that you would like to see in the messages? Let me continue with people who have their hands up. I'm trying to identify you.
Thomas, we have Jorge and Mokaberi with their hands
please,
up.
Jorge, go ahead. Jorge, please
Jorge, we
go
can't
ahead.
hear you. Can we unmute Jorge and Mokaberi?
Hello, may I ask my question?
Jorge, would you try now?
I'm ready now, I think. So, and but I think my video is still not enabled. But anyway, yeah, I thank you very much, Jorge Cancio from the Swiss government. I think that maybe you can have a look also at the inputs I made on the chat on what our general positions are on any regulatory efforts on the international level on AI. But here I would like to concentrate on 2 points. First is the link to data governance and promoting what we call digital self-determination, meaning that the control over data should lie with the citizens and the societies. So I think that's a very important connection we have to make in these discussions. And this brings me to my second point, which is that really the IGF is perfectly placed to have this multidisciplinary discussion, not only discussing about AI, but also the connection with data governance, because we are assembling here in this forum the knowledge and the expertise and the points of view of all the stakeholder groups on these issues. And we have the inclusivity and the openness of this forum, which is both multilateral, because we are based on the United Nations, and bottom up and multi-stakeholder. So I think IGF is really a great place for discussing this. And I would go beyond what Thomas was saying. It's not only an annual venue for reviewing how principles are being developed or implemented, but we can even establish a policy network on AI, which could look specifically into issues like interoperability, about how avoiding discrimination of peoples from the global south, into looking issues where the perspectives of all stakeholders could be considered. So I think next year in January, the IGF will probably will be looking into what policy networks to establish. And it's a question for the community to come forward with proposals in this direction. I'll leave it by that, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorge, for this very concrete proposal for something that the IGF could do, or for proposing a format how the IGF could not just once a year, but actually across the year. And I guess that's not mutually inclusive, that we could have a policy network on AI and then have a, that would work across the year, and then have a, let's say, more visibility on at the IGF itself on reviewing implementation of principles and so on. And also the reference again, and this keeps coming up from several sides. We heard it from Giulio and from others. You cannot really look at AI and the impact of AI without looking at data governance and talking about quality of data, talking about representativity of data, and so on and so forth. We've heard this from several other speakers before. So thank you very much. So there was, I would like to give the floor to the other person. Unfortunately, I don't see your name. That was Mokaberi. Okay, thank you, Mokaberi. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. First of all, I should thank dear organizer for organizing this timely session. I'm Amir Mokaberi from Iranian academic community. I would like to ask one question and make one comment. What would be the practical approach to AI regulation and artificial intelligence-based spaces like metaverse to ensure public safety, public security, and public health, and ensure accountability of global AI actors with regard to ethical and legal frameworks of different societies? As we all know, every society has its own ethical and legal frameworks regarding data governance, regarding AI regulation. What would be the best approach based on this measure? And another issue I would like to refer is the issue of AI-related crimes. AI-related crimes are borderless and are new phenomena. And we should also think about what to do about this kind of new crime. My question in this regard is, what would be the role of United Nations process like UN Convention on Cybercrime, and also what would be the contribution of Global Digital Compact in this regard? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to raise my question.
Thank you, Mokaberi, for these two important questions. On the second one about cybercrime and the role of the UN, You may know there's one existing binding instrument to fight against cybercrime, which is also from the Council of Europe, but it's also an instrument that is open to all interested countries, and it's signed and ratified by, don't know exactly, something between 50 and 70 countries. And the Council of Europe is working with more than 100 countries to actually try and also create interoperability between law enforcement fighting against cybercrime. With regard to the role of UN, this is something that is currently discussed in several international fora, including, for instance, the ITU, where there are reflections on what could be done. With regard to a practical approach to regulating the metaverse, who wants to try and give a short, quick answer on knowing that we're struggling with AI that is already there, how to regulate it? Will probably struggle even more at this stage to try and regulate something in a practical way that is not yet really fully there. But if somebody has a good idea for an answer, a short answer to that question, please step in now.
Thomas, I had already tried to answer that question. I think AI is, as many panelists said, a mature technology, so we have a clearer sense of what the regulatory agenda is. Metaverse is an inchoate technology, and therefore I had pointed to the Metaverse Standards Forum as a sort of opportunity to already begin that work.
Thank you very much, Sunil. We have 10 minutes left, if I understand our situation correctly. So I don't see hands up in the virtual space.
There is a hand up in the room, Thomas. Would you be interested to take it, or would you want the speakers?
Let's take one more and then maybe
yes,
try
a brief
to
one,
wrap
sir.
up.
It would just have to be 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for giving this. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. My name is Ayalo Shibashi. I'm born here in Australia, Ethiopia, and I live in Australia and New Zealand. I repeat the question I asked yesterday, but I haven't get a convincing answer. My question is this: what is the UN IGF future plan action to accommodate the following two different aspects of outcome on addressing advanced technology, including AI contribution for a global big data governance for sustainable development? Currently, there's one point where I make. The rapid technology innovations such as blockchain, AI, NFC, NFT, quantum computing generate big data that is difficult to manage, lack of efficient, effective big data governance mechanism or tools, with increased unemployment. For example, in Australia, where I live, almost all the shopping centers and big businesses using checkout machines supported by AI, and where employees were working. The government, and then unemployment is increasing. The government in Australia is not taking action for these businesses while they generating or increasing unemployment. On the other side, technology creates IoTs and IOEs.
I'm so sorry, sir. We
I
just
finished.
have 10
That's it.
minutes.
That's finished. Okay. And AI perform tasks faster than human, processing transactions and selling ranges of community consumption products. So what are the plans? Thank you very much.
Thomas,
Maybe
over to you.
Yeah, maybe I can try and, you may not get a satisfactory answer today either, because the question is too big for us all to respond today, I guess. Just one attempt to clarify: the IGF is a dialogue platform. So the IGF does not develop action plans or other types of outcomes. The IGF tries to convey messages to other bodies, be it UN or other bodies that take decisions. The IGF is not a decision-making forum. It's a forum for dialogue, for understanding, and setting the agenda, ideally for decision-making bodies. The UN, as I said and Adam said in the beginning, if you talk about the plan of the UN, the Global Digital Compact could be such a plan. So we are in the middle of a process to help the UN Secretary General, help the UN to develop such a plan, and we can send messages. We can send messages into this plan. So let me try and use the last 7 minutes that we have for a quick wrap up, giving each of our panelists less than a minute to put their quick high points. Trying to propose you a summary, and then you can react to it. I think what has become obvious to me is that we all agree that we have an enormous number of principles of guidance on AI that has been developed, that is being developed. We are looking into binding frameworks. We know that this is difficult on a global level. So we take note that institutions like the European Union that is developing a concrete market regulation. We note that the Council of Europe is developing a binding instrument open to all countries in the world on principles and basic principles. We note also that we may not be able to wait until the whole world agrees on something, because the industry is continuing to develop applications. The users are using it, so we cannot. There's a sense of urgency that I've heard. I've heard many people referring to interoperability on a technical level, on a legal level, but also on the level of the risk assessment and impact assessment. And I think a very important thing that has been referred to by many, there's a structural inequality that goes beyond bias, that needs and circumstances and the situation of people living in developing countries are less reflected in the deliberations on how to create a framework for AI that is contributing to the SDGs. And that concrete proposals could be that we develop a policy network on AI to discuss this in more detail at the IGF, that we could have a dedicated half a day or something to review implementation of principles and functionality of risk-based approaches. I think these are the key elements that I've heard. Please complement and help us to wrap up. Let me go through all of you very shortly. So Karine Pesset from OECD, thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. So I think that's sounds like a great idea to review implementation of different principles once a year or maybe even more often. I just point out that to review implementation, we're going to need tools and metrics to allow us to do that. And so we have actually, we have practical tools and educational approaches like tools to remove bias from AI systems or test how to secure a system against attacks. And Sunil mentioned a number of open source tools, and we've got UNESCO's AI training program for judges. We've got documentation processes for data and models. We have those tools, and we have a lot of tools. A lot of tools exist. It's just that at present, it's hard for individual actors to find those right tools for their needs. So I just point out the need for tools and metrics, and point out also that's something we're working on, and that will be very useful to be able to conduct such a review of implementation.
Yes, thank you. If I can try and summarize it, what I forgot is the needs that was mentioned, the need for capacity building, for bringing everybody on the level to understand, and with the tools that you've mentioned. Professor Chilidze, some key takeaways from you. What is missing? What should be more stressed than what I proposed?
No. Thank you very much. I think one thing that is quite important that we need to pay attention to is how do we capacitate people to be able to take AI and its implementation to a level where it protects and works for the benefit of people. And I will talk again about lawmakers. How do we capacitate parliamentarians so that they are able to actually first and foremost understand this technology, and secondly, to be able to craft a vision for their own nations going forward. And then the second issue is how do we take these ideas to regional bodies such as SADC, Southern African Development Communities, ECOWAS in Africa, so that we can be able to indigenize them regionally, because often there is a shortage of economies of scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sally, briefly over to you.
I'll make two quick points. One is, again, to stress the importance of regional clusters being built if we want to achieve eventually global consensus on something that is implementable, rather than talking about abstract principles and guidelines, and whether the IGF can facilitate that or whether another UN body takes on that responsibility. I think it's quite important. The other thing I wanted to build on what Karine said, which is actually, I think it would be great if we're going to have an IGF annual review of something, then it shouldn't be the implementation, because there are already many fora discussing implementation and kind of monitoring it, but it should be a review of the tools and metrics that we have. I think that would be quite an important piece of input for everyone, because she's quite right that people often have difficulty finding those tools or knowing what's out there and what's been newly developed. So an annual or semi-annual survey of all the tools and metrics that have been newly developed to aid with the implementation of the different principles would be very helpful, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much again. Jamila?
Thank you. Well, I guess I and several participants have already addressed most of the main issues concerning the Global South. So I'd like to suggest us to also add a strong call from the IGF on the observance of human rights principles, standards, and criteria that already are in place. While we discuss the metaverse, facial recognition and other surveillance systems based on AI are being implemented in countries and borders affecting particularly the ones who have been historically discriminated and marginalized. And I recall the UN High Commission for Human Rights call in 2021 to impose a moratorium on the use of remote biometric recognition technologies in public spaces, something that we should also promote and stress as a measure as we discussed artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jordanka?
Yes, thank you very much, Thomas. Indeed, I fully agree with how you summarized, and to say in the end, I just think that maybe it's good to build on the strength of this forum. And the first thing is really this very broad and inclusive stakeholder approach. I think the forum could play a key role in providing actually input for the building and now shaping all these frameworks that are emerging, be it with the digital compass that is developed by UN or the Council of Europe or OECD work. So I really strongly recommend that somehow all this stakeholder broader input could actually steer those processes, including for issues of human rights, because there are a lot of discussions now how actually these rules should be shaped exactly. And then the second point is indeed to maybe think for the practical side, and on this aspect, yes, a network of experts and some much more practical focus on things for metrics, sharing knowledge, implementation, good practices. We also strongly support that, and we think it's needed because it also goes beyond actually the governmental and international organizations actors. It can also build on the good practice and experience that you also have with companies, with civil society, and we support this inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach.
Thank you very much, Jordanka. Let's give 30 last seconds to Sunil, and then I will wrap up in 30 last seconds, and then we are 4 minutes over time. I think that's acceptable. So Sunil, please.
I just wanted to sort of emphasize that AI development continues. We are now in the world of self-supervised AI and the regulations that may be appropriate for large language models may not be appropriate for models that work for low resource languages that are important for the global south. Back to you, Thomas.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all. I'm delighted that we had a very rich debate, that at least a number of people could make voices heard. That is more difficult than I think elsewhere. So I'm very happy that we have had this rich debate. I think we do have some points, some messages that we can then formulate, bring them on paper and hand them over. And feed them on to the leadership panel, to the GDC and so on. So thank you all. And I'm looking forward to being part of all of you that are interested to discuss AI and also data in a policy network or whatever we call it. And then again, of course, at the next IGF. So thank you all. It was a great discussion, and see you soon again, hopefully.
Recording in progress. 1, 2, 3, testing. One, two, three, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Also speak here, right? Yeah. Alô, alô, alô.
The seat on the bus goes squeak, squeak, squeak.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining. I know it's Friday after lunch, so thanks for joining us. So today we're holding a session under the premises of the Best Practice Forum on Gender and Digital Rights. It's a forum within the IGF that aims to discuss gender issues within the digital rights space. And this year's thematic, we're currently tapping on regulatory practices and where they stand at in terms of gender and digital rights. So are they really friend or foe to gender and digital rights? I'm really glad to be here with a stellar panel of speakers from across different sectors. And it's going to be a chill conversation on how we relate to regulation, especially internet regulation, as to how internet regulation really affects freedom of expression, privacy, and also the work of human rights defenders and journalists, among other cross-cutting issues. But before we go there, I want to give the floor to Bruna. Yeah, or Daphne to present the BPF reports for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Marwa. Hi, everyone, online and offline. Glad to see you here. So this year at the BPF Gender and Digital Rights, as Marwa mentioned, we started studying how regulatory practices undermine gender diverse rights. And we came up with a report that then would analyze that based into 3 thematic areas. These thematic areas would be the first one, privacy and surveillance, also with a focus on reproductive privacy. The second area would be freedom of expression and gender disinformation. And the third area, freedom of association and religion. So throughout this year, the BPF process was really to inform and discuss how these areas affect gender and human rights. And we did the report based on case studies. So people, the community would bring the case studies to us, we would analyze them, and they would then compile to the report. The report is still open for review. It's also open for additional comments. So if you have interest, come talk to us, because it is still open until 20th of December. This is the date that we have to give it completely finalized to IGF. Yeah, and I hope that we have a nice really discussion here. Our panelists also work in different areas that we have touched upon in this report. So we are really glad to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. Bruna, would you like to add something?
Hope you can hear me. Yes. No, just on this emphasis, for anyone that is not close with the BPF gender, this is part of the intersectional work of the IGF. So we have been going on ever since 2015, yes, and worked in the most different topics surrounding gender discussions and so on. So we, ever since the beginning, we have addressed violence against women, we have addressed female empowerment, diversity and participation at the IGF, and there has been a lot of gender disinformation last year as well, and a lot of topics. So we're very happy to have this session today, and also for anyone that's interested in this work, if the BPF continues to exist next year, we have an open mailing list. So if you want to join or would like to have some more information, just let us know and we can direct you to the website. So thanks.
Thank you.
A request, please speak slowly. Sometimes the interpreters can't catch up.
Okay, thank you, Amrita. And I think just to echo what Bruna and Daphne said, the work that we do at the BPF is really community driven. So we really welcome you all to submit your inputs to the reports or your comments. As they said, we haven't finalized it yet, and I think it should be finalized before the end of December, end of the year, as we try to look at how different communities are impacted by regulation across different regions of the world. And if any of the thematics is really relatable or resonating with your areas of work, please feel free to weigh in on the website or just shoot us an email. You can find the contact details on the website of the IGF. So now I guess we can kick off the session. And I would just like to start with some introductory remarks from the speakers as we try to debunk what regulation really means for different sectors, stakeholders, but also for different people across different layers of vulnerabilities and identities. I would start off with Onika. Onika, I know you have a very extensive experience managing and pioneering in various national and international campaigns and policy change processes for women's rights, civil rights, media and digital transformation initiatives. And as we are here today in Ethiopia, holding the Internet Governance Forum, I would really love that you just weigh in on the state of regulation across the African continent and how does it really relate to the work that you do, especially for different communities. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I hope I'll live up to that expectation. Again, the name is Onika Makwakwa. I'm the head of Africa at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. There's some background noise I'm hearing from this side of the room, so perhaps someone who's listening to something else could put some headphones so that it's not it's the interpreter. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like really echoing, but okay, let's move on. So in the work that I've done, on this area, looking more specifically at regulation and attempting to mainstream the issues that predominantly and disparately affect women in particular. It's been quite a journey, honestly. And so, especially looking at the landscape of the African continent, more specifically, we move from areas and national states where there is regulation to states where there is none that even speaks to the different experiences of women, especially when we deal with gendered disinformation in particular. I want to pick on that one especially. However, we've also found opportunities in that. There's been a lot around the pushback using defamation of character as a way to actually silence women online who are speaking up on these issues. And I'm pleased to say that we've sort of taken, with a lot of the feminist organizations that I work with, we've sort of taken the attitude of looking at public interest litigation as a way to get us to what we need. And the outcome of that has been more recently in the Western Cape Court in South Africa, where young girls took to social media to name and shame abusers online and were subsequently sued. Were able to take those cases up under an organization called Wise for Africa, and got really great judgment that sets precedents, where the judge actually says that these defamation lawsuits brought by people who are accused of abusing women through trying to silence them online is actually a form of silencing. It's not what courts typically were expecting when they adopted, when the laws of defamation were actually adopted. So that gives us a glimpse of hope that, going the route of public interest litigation could actually help us develop feminist jurisprudence that begins to push back on some of this shrinkage of women's voices, especially online. However, I have to say that it's extremely expensive. because these are usually high court cases where you need to hire an advocate, and you are fighting both in court as well as the court of public opinion. That is usually, if the court of public opinion is already predominantly this gendered misinformation, you are not getting a lot of friends there anyway. So I think it's really important for us to push for implementation of regulations that exist, because we have found that in pushing on feminist jurisprudence, we are actually using laws that exist to protect women and to defend women against some of these unfair cases. And what it means is that even though the laws might claim to be equal for all genders, we really have not challenged them and demanded and required that they include women, but also not just women, but people also with different gender identities, that they are equally protected by these laws. And so for me, I think that's the one contribution I want to also make in the document. After this, I really apologize, I had not done that. But that's actually a very recent case that came up strictly where we were literally defending a Twitter account that had already been taken down by the platform, but sets really great precedents as we move forward, because I suspect that this using of the courts to silence women's voices online is something that we will start to see mushrooming in other jurisdictions as well, and that we need to document this and be able to utilize the gains that we are getting in other areas. But the regulations, we find that if and when they're there, they are not very well understood in terms of how they protect everyone and not just one particular group. I'll pause there for now.
Fantastic. Thanks, Onika. And I think, what resonates with me is the glimpse of hope and how we need to mobilize the resources that we have. Perhaps now I'll go online with Mahima. Mahima, who is the public policy lead at Bumble. It's very nice to have someone from Bumble with us, and I know that your story is very personal, as it started with a lot of trolls and online harassment. I would love if you can share more with us before we really get into the conversation. Yeah, thank you, Mahima.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope you can hear me.
We can't hear you.
You can't? No?
Can you please unmute her?
Hello?
Well, dealing with a glitch, that's very relatable. Can you try now? No, I think it's still muted. Yeah, it's still muted. Okay, sorry, Mahima, we'll come back to you.
That's okay.
Okay, so I'll go to you, Mariana. So Mariana is a law professor at the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland, but she's also one of the founders of Internet Lab Brazil. Mariana, I know that you have tackled a lot of feminist issues within the internet regulation sphere, and sorry for that. So can you please address one of those really big blocks of what is currently happening at the confluence of the feminist movement and the internet regulation space? Yeah,
sure. I think we'll have the chance to speak of specific cases later, right? Perhaps I just wanted to make a short introduction as to how I see thinking of regulation in the gender and digital rights field based on this research experience, especially at Internet Lab with that's always been very collaborative with many talented researchers, some of who are here. So what I wanted to really focus on in these first minutes is that when we're addressing the legal field, we'll frequently focus on laws, on the process of approving them and what's stated in there. So for example, what the framework is in each country and what kind of framework can women, LGBT people, and other marginalized communities rely on. But regulation, of course, is a cycle, right? And any struggle that has the legal horizon in sight is not fulfilled, of course, once a law or regulation is approved, because of course the regulation has to be enforced. And it can be very surprising how many elements can play a role in the success of this law or the intended results. I'm really happy to speak now after Onika, when she has already mentioned public interest litigation, which I appreciate a lot. But I wanted to mention 3 of these elements just to start the conversation. So the first of them is that when we have a regulation approved, we might face unexpected interpretation of legal terms and concepts. So for example, if you use defamation laws to protect women from abuse, from an abuse that has sexuality component, you might see judges using, for example, their morals to judge, because the protected legal interest in defamation laws is usually the honor. And to tackle this, you really need to understand the logic of the legal system. And I really think that interdisciplinary research is something that can highlight that. The second point that I'd like to highlight is legal procedural matters. And I think very little attention is given to these procedural matters, which are they might really hinder access to justice. So for example, suppose a procedural law requires that the party itself, the victim or the target, that they prosecuted instead of the state, that is a private procedure process. This might really hinder access to justice for poor women, for poor LGBT people, for example. And then the third thing relates to other law enforcement barriers. So we could mention many obstacles faced in police and other law enforcement officers, but just to stay with one, we could mention software. So if the police software doesn't display a category encompassing that specific violence in legal and investigative terms, this can hinder even starting an investigative process, right? So I think these issues and barriers must also be considered when we speak of how to regulate, and knowing how the judiciary works. This makes us propose smarter regulations. So here we go again, full circle. And these are all things that must be highlighted in research, and that research must be connected then to the public debate and social movements. And that, of course, requires different methods as well. So, for example, analyzing case law, doing field research and so forth, and be multidisciplinary. And I'm happy to speak of some results and some understandings that we reached at Internet Lab by looking at some of those laws in further interventions. Thank you. And very happy to be here. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Mariana, for these introductory remarks. I think they really set the tone as to how we need to view the legal system in order to really advance more feminist issues from within that system. I hope now, Mahima, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for having me in this panel. It's been really great to listen to the views before me. So yeah, let me give you a little background about myself, and then I'll talk a little bit about the work that Bumble's doing and kind of the view of the internet as we see it. You know, I, like many women across the world, had the unfortunate experience of, you know, experiencing trolling, experiencing many different kinds of threats, whether it was on social media or via emails or, you know, in other forms. Where it was probably different for me was that I was actually working in a tech company. So I had a very interesting view into, you know, the tools that are available on social media platforms, but also, you know, what's the legal infrastructure available to me? And then as somebody who's experiencing this very, you know, this harm, do I really want to go to court? And what are the reasons that I would maybe go to the police or not go to the police or file a case? And as we know, it's always really complicated. And it's never as simple as some harm has been done to me, and so I will therefore take X option or Y option. The idea of having a safe space online for women has been really important and to me personally, but also professionally. I used to work at Twitter, and Twitter was, of course, a battleground for activists and for journalists and for women in the public domain to actually stand there and make their voice heard. I'm sorry. Let me slow down. There are some platforms that are really important for public figures, women public figures, to make their voice heard. And we have captured, I think, in many different reports and many different organizations who have talked about, how these public figures actually are trolled and given threats and silenced. There is also parallelly the case of everyday women who are in different areas of the internet, trying to live their private lives on different websites, using different apps. And over there as well, they can be actually silenced or made to self-censor or just be scared and leave a platform because of the various things that are done to them. So, part of what we're looking at around the world is that there are obviously governments around the world who say that they want to make the internet safer for women. Depending on which country you're in, they are taking different approaches. In some countries, clearly there is Australia, for example, has a regulator set up called the E-Safety Commission, and it is specifically looking at holding industry to a standard, across different apps to say this is the minimum standard of safety that you must ensure that your platform has. And Australia has passed a bill recently, and they are also developing, codes for industry to make sure that companies are able to provide that level of care. In other places, it may not be, regulators may not be sort of, doing exactly the same thing, but there are laws that exist which tactically try and address some of the harms that are taking place. So it could be video, it could be images, it could be different activities, but where the work really lies, and I think some of you on the dais would be doing that, is really seeing whether they are having the impact that they are supposed to, which is the safety of women, or having an impact where it's actually top-down surveillance and not actually serving the purpose that they say that they're meant to. So I think, just as introductory remarks, we do need a lot more evidence-based approach to what is happening in the regulatory sphere across the world, because a lot of governments and regulators say that they are looking to protect women, and we must make sure that what they are trying to do is based in the evidence that these are the harms that exist today. While we discuss tactics, we must be aware that these things change a lot as technology changes. So the dominant harm that women are experiencing on the internet today may not be what is available tomorrow. And thirdly, there should be a method or a mechanism to actually assess the impact of regulations that are taken or laws that are passed in different geographies to make sure that they actually are having the desired effect. I know Japan passed a law about cyberbullying, which was very hotly contested because it crosses into speech issues. And they said that they will review it after a period of time to see whether it's actually helping cases of cyberbullying or silencing the larger internet. So there are different approaches being taken. And and so that's where I'd like to do my introductory remarks.
Thank you, Mahima. Thank you for these very extensive remarks. And I will definitely come back to you regarding the bills that you mentioned. And I think it's very important to honor the issue of online gender-based violence within the 16 days of activism on violence against women and girls across the world. But since we're mentioning, or we're really talking about big tech and private sector, I'll stay here and revert back to you, Theo. Theo is the Director of Business and Human Rights at Ericsson. And I think it's a very unconventional actor that we have here today at the BPF on gender and digital rights. So perhaps in your introductory remarks, you can tell us more about your work and where does Ericsson stand at the issue that we're tackling here today at the BPF. Thank you.
Thank you. and thank you for the invitation to speak here tonight, or today. I think it's not night yet. But so in my introductory remarks, I thought we have heard the other speakers talk about specific bills and legislation that addresses the issues that we are talking about today. But being one of the representatives of the private sector and corporations, I thought I would just in the introductory remark take a step back and talk about the current trend of regulating corporate conduct and human rights in general, and specifically the trends that we are seeing on regulating and requiring companies to implement human rights due diligence measures. And I'll come back to kind of how this is, of course, linked to the issues we're talking about today. The trends are very much currently being kind of pushed by the EU and the US. We've seen, of course, legislation on specific human rights topics such as child rights and forced labor. But now there is this overarching push to implement or transform international standards such as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights or the OECD guidelines into legislation and actually enforce human rights due diligence principles. And as a starting point, I mean, we as a company, we definitely support this trend, and sometimes it is viewed as going beyond the international standards, but it's important to remember that in the UN Guiding Principles themselves recognize that in the state duty to protect human rights also is included regulation of corporate conduct. So this is a natural evolution and a natural step. And two issues that I think are important to the topic that we are discussing now, that we are trying to kind of push in the discussion, for example, on the EU level with the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, is one, to ensure that the scope of due diligence requirements take a full value chain approach. There are some kind of interests within the EU that are pushing to limit this to only supply chain risks. And that would, of course, exclude all of the issues and risks that we are talking about today and limit corporate responsibility only to, for example, labor rights issues in supply chains. So that is important, especially from the perspective of a tech company, of course, to ensure that our responsibility also includes downstream due diligence and addresses how we develop technology, who we sell technology to, how we are engaged in policy discussions on specific bills and regulation, such as on defamation, privacy, surveillance, and so on. So that, I would say, is one of the key issues to really push through in the directive to make sure that that this is dealt with in the right way. The other issue, building on the comment on litigation, are the provisions on civil liability in the directive. And that, of course, also ties back to the whole issue of value chain due diligence. If we exclude downstream due diligence, that means that civil liability provisions also exclude downstream due diligence and issues of privacy and online harassment, for example. But if we make sure that a full value chain approach is ensured in the directive, then hopefully that also gives new tools to both civil society actors, but also, of course, advocates and litigators to ensure corporate conduct through those civil liability provisions. So, of course, this directive is more general, not just talking about these issues specifically, but we have always pushed for using the international standards, such as the UN Guiding Principles, as a basis for the legislation. And why that's also important is that the UN Guiding Principles, of course, mention gender and women's rights specifically as issues that corporations need to take into account in their due diligence. So I think I'll maybe stop there and come back to some of the other work we're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. I think it's a very nice scene setting on the corporate conduct and how does it relate to gender and women's issues. And of course, we will get back to some of the issues you mentioned. Now I'll go to you, Yulia. Yulia is an international law and human rights expert. She's currently serving at the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. I think maybe today, Yulia, you'll be more concerned about media regulation. And I know that the OSCE has established a joint declaration on gender justice and freedom of expression. So maybe you can just give us more insights into this.
Thanks a lot. And thanks also for having me. And it's really been great to listening to the previous speakers and really also having this kind of like interdisciplinary approach. If you allow for the introductory, I would rather go a little bit on this abstract level as previously, and then we can I can provide more information, a joint declaration later. I think also acknowledging that it's the 16 days campaign against violence against women that you mentioned. And we heard already from previous speakers about really targeted hatred to silence women, or gender disinformation to discredit women, or surveillance with the same effect. I think it's also important, and I think it's really great that in this panel we have the opportunity to address gender and digital rights a little bit more holistically than only looking at violence, because while violence of course needs to be addressed, no doubt, and is one of the biggest kind of like obstacles when we look at women's participation in digital spaces or just in public spaces generally, it's also important to look at various other things that are barriers and obstacles that women and others who are kind of like not representing the majority in society or have been marginalized in speaking out and in kind of exercising their human rights in the public and digital space. So I think we also will have to look at the design and deployment and development of technology, about biases that are often introduced or kind of like brought into technology, and then if they're kind of like deployed in the digital setting, then we have not only a reproduction of these asymmetric power structures we have in the offline world and we have seen, and all these biases and challenges, but they're really being reinforced and amplified in the digital setting, which then again kind of like impacts back into society. So I think it's really a great opportunity with the Best Practice Forum, but also this panel, to kind of like address all this from a more holistic approach. And there are two more things I would like to say at this kind of like starting point, which is the first, also linked a little bit to this holistic approach that I think is so crucially important, is that we see barriers and obstacles, challenges really at every step. So at the question of like women being able to speak out, participate, but also then the way they're targeted when they do so, which we have also seen this week in the very first session, which was on the feminist web, where there were really very misogynist and sexual graphic attacks on Zoom, for example, which means when we speak about specific things, we as society become targets. But then also the impact it has later on. So I'm sure we will dive deeper into this as well in the second round. But I want to mention it already now, and that this really impacts, of course, the individual woman who wants to speak out, or the marginalized person. But it really impacts society. It impacts our democratic governance, our possibilities to really create a peaceful and democratic kind of like common, just community and world we want to live in. And the last point I want to say at this stage, because I'm representing an intergovernmental organization, that I think we need, of course, a whole of society approach. So I think it's important to have these different perspectives. But I want to speak a little bit about the positive obligation and human rights obligations of states. And this is something Thea already touched upon, and I'm grateful for that. That I think we really always have to consider and remember that states have a positive human rights obligation to protect, to fulfill, and to really realize our human rights, online and offline. And we have plenty of human rights, including freedom of expression, media freedom, which are more the rights I am working on, but also specific women rights. And there's really an obligation. We have this kind of international rule set work already out there. And then this means that it also needs to be ensured via regulation. So I think that kind of like linking back to the title of today's session, whether regulation is friend or foe, regulatory responses are important, of course, but all of us know, and I think we have heard plenty of examples throughout the week, that unfortunately also legislation has often been misused or been adopted under false pretexts, or they are just taking place also in a specific context and setting. So the question is, who is the legislator, whose concerns are being addressed, who sits at the table? I mean, all these things, it's never a silo. So I think this is important to consider. So the question of friend or foe is of course not easily to be responded, which of course is also the intention of this panel. But I think it is important to have regulation, but to ensure that it's properly done. But I do think that we need transformative change, and any social change builds on various aspects, including also regulation and legislatory approaches. So I think they are necessary, but we have to really be cautious that they're developed in a proper way. And then also throughout the entire regulatory cycle that we have heard before, also the implementation and enforcement, of course, is crucially important. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. I think you brought up some really cross-cutting considerations, from representation to positive obligations, as well as going beyond this violence narrative when it comes to addressing gender and digital rights in terms of regulations. And I think last but not least, we have Bia Barbosa, who's a journalist and a human rights specialist. She's also a civil society representative in the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. Thank you for joining us today, Bia. And if you can give us your introductory remarks and the state of activism, I guess, in Brazil or Latin America.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Mara. Thank you very much for the invitation, and also for the amazing job that the BPF on gender and digital rights are doing, and congrats as well for the report that is ongoing. I've read it and I took some parts that I'm going to comment in the second round here. So thank you very much for this space. I speak here as a journalist that who has closely followed the problem of women journalists being attacked online for the last year. And if we look at the data of journalists killed in the world, and especially in Latin America, for example, where 90% of the killed journalists are men, we may have a wrong conclusion about violence related to journalists, because we may think that if 90% of the journalists killed are men, there's no problems with women journalists. So it's the opposite, because the digital environment has been a very difficult place for women journalists to work, and the initiatives and the campaigns, the violent campaigns against women journalists that have been developed online everywhere in the world are have been very effective in silencing women journalists. For example, this year, I worked also for Reporter Without Borders office in Latin America. And during the elections in Brazil this year, we followed the accounts of 120 journalists in Brazil. And from August to October only, in this period, we registered around 3 million offensive messages. And also posts that seek to discredit the work of the press in general. And the reports we published in the RSF website show that every week 4 women occupied the list of the 5 most attacked journalists in Brazil. So the most part of them on Twitter. So the volume of this aggression is frightening. They were campaigns coordinated by extremely right-wing groups, supporters of the current president of Brazil who lost the elections, with highly misogynic characteristics and sexual connotations. When Black journalists, Black women journalists were targeted, of course, the messages were also racist. So, and the impact of this violence has been measured worldwide, not only in Brazil, but in Brazil, a research that we have conducted with Gender and Number, Gênero e Número organization, Brazilian organizations as well, showed that at least 15% of women in LGBT journalists who have experienced online aggression have developed mental health problems. So the impacts are very, not only, it goes beyond the idea of silencing these women, but it's also we have developed mental health, they have developed mental health problems. In this scenario, I think the response from digital platforms were practically nil. Journalists are not recognized by this company, at least not from the standing point of their policies and terms of use, as a group that needs to be protected so that the population's right to access to accurate information is guaranteed. And despite all the research and the evidence all over the world, social networks continue to be a permissive space for constant and organized violence against the press. And as we all know, this is not exclusive to journalists. Of course, we're talking here about women and LGBT and minority groups, and in an ongoing basis, it seems to me that we have a regulatory debate to be established relating to violence against journalists as well. Because as in other aspects, the companies have not responded to the challenge that we have been observed. I agree with the points brought by Mariana related to different aspects of regulation, and it's very positive that the feminist and the women movement has already advanced in this agenda, but from the journalist perspective, this topic is still quite a taboo. Because there is, and it's quite distant from the community of journalists in general, mainly because there is a natural and a justified resistance of journalists to regulations related to freedom of expression, because in the most part of the time, these regulations are used to silence journalists everywhere. But I believe that this case, the level of the violence that we have reached means that we can no longer avoid the debate, because it's the absence of regulation, or the social media and the platforms regulation that is now silence women journalists. So I think that we have to move forward and tackle this debate, of course, putting all the human rights standards on the table, but I think that it can be no longer a taboo for us journalists. Thank you.
Thank you, Bia. I think you really highlighted an important issue, which is the offline-online kind of dichotomy, where we see a lot of incidents online escalating to killings offline. And I think it's very important to bring this to the fore when it comes to the regulation debate. And perhaps just following up on this, I'll go back to Mahima. Can you please tell us more how Bumble is really trying to approach these issues, and how can you make sure that the dating app is safe for women users and people from diverse genders and sexualities? Thank you.
Yeah, happy to share some of what Bumble has been doing. So Bumble, as you know, is it's a women-first dating app, and the whole mission is to have like healthy and equitable relationships, which we know are challenged not just online but offline as well. So it's a tall mandate. We have done some research in understanding what are the points of challenge for women when they come online and when they spend time on an app like Bumble. So, for example, unwanted contact, which, of course, we're talking about in the context of activists in much more violent context. But unwanted contact is an area of concern for a lot of women. And that's one of the reasons they don't like to be online. So by its very design that women make the first move, that is a point of friction in the entire experience of dating online, where a woman is not inundated with messages. She is more in control of who is able to message her, because she has a little bit of control in terms of that first contact that is made. Similarly, unwanted images, lewd pictures, or, pardon my French, but, dick pics that people, refer to, that is also a form of abuse that takes place online, and it is really jarring and would keep women, offline, or certainly off one platform or the other. So what Bumble did was we used a proprietary technology to blur these images within the Bumble app. And users could choose whether they wanted to see the image, because it is an app which has consensual conversations as well. So it could be an image that was sent through consent. We don't know that as Bumble, but it is blurred so that people don't have to view it and they can report it to Bumble directly. What Bumble has done in the recent past is actually open sourced this technology. So now others online, if they want to actually adopt this technology into their platforms, and their spaces, they can do that. Similarly, what Bumble did on the policy side was go and find out, markets and areas and countries in which some of these behaviors were crimes offline, but were not captured online, and have actually, worked in 6 states in the US and also in the UK when the online safety bill was being discussed, to actually highlight that cyber flashing is something that needs to be captured within the law, so that when women go to the police to say this happened to me, they are not told, we know it's wrong, but it's not illegal. So, and just a last, so there are, we're making efforts to make the internet ecosystem, not just on Bumble, but outside Bumble, safer for women, because we believe that then it would become safer for everyone. And just to point to the mental health, the aspect that you mentioned, when someone is the victim of online abuse and certainly sexual assault or violence, we know that, one thing online is always taking the account of the post off, and that seems like a victory. But we also at Bumble are aware that there could be, a need for talking to a counselor or a therapist, and so Bumble is actually partnered with an organization called Cheyenne, which is a French NGO, and the program that we offer is Bloom, and so our users can actually access either self-guided courses or speak to a therapist via chat or in-person sessions, if they have been the victim of such an incident online, or even offline if they met somebody through our app. So we're trying to take a holistic approach to see how we can make Bumble safer, certainly, but also can the effects benefit the rest of the online ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Mahima, for this. And perhaps also just following up on the mental health issue, I'll go to you, Onika. And I know you're really showing a strong sensitivity to a lot of issues that are and dynamics that are affecting women and other disadvantaged populations. Today, to what extent you see the issue around mental health and trauma-informed spaces is really echoing within the regulatory space, especially in Africa, where there's a lot of conflicts and people need counseling and support, and when it comes to trauma and violent images and images of rape and really shocking graphics online.
Great question. I think we can almost thank the COVID experience for at least highlighting some of these issues, especially in sectors where they have predominantly been ignored. However, one of the things that I'm seeing is that we are now finally open to having these discussions and even updating some of the policies and laws. So, for example, South Africa has one of, I think what we've been talking about is one of the latest and most up-to-date cyber criminal bills that we have so far in the region. Yet we are still faced with a challenge of, having a bill that's considered to be progressive on these issues, but a law enforcement regime that's not knowledgeable and educated about how to enforce these laws that exist. So I think, so we sort of have this gap of policy and implementation, which is something I think that plagues this region a lot. We are really good at adopting conventions and treaties at international level. We are also great at updating our national laws, but implementation just doesn't seem to happen as fast. And I think that we have an opportunity to recognize that there is a capacity deficit that exists with the current enforcement agencies that we have right now and the laws that we've either adopted or are seeking for them to adopt. So we have to make sure that we do this capacity development for these agencies so that they understand these issues. The other thing that I think that gets us into a bit of a conundrum, especially in the region, is the issue of language, because sometimes the language in itself is violent. And it takes a while for us to recognize that, because that we are here speaking English is actually not a natural thing even for me, right? So sometimes, you know, and we see this, I think the platforms have a lot of this experience when it comes to moderating speech online, because, you know, our biggest complaints now has been that it's not localized, this moderation of speech. So when I report something, and I'll just give you an example, and I apologize that it's really graphic, where the gentleman, well, I don't know, we can call him a gentleman, but anyway, this particular male person posted online on one social media platform that the vagina of a young girl is nice, however, society has a problem with it. But what they did is that they posted it in their vernacular language. So for English moderators, this is meaningless, right? And even when we attempted to translate it for them and report it and consistently say, this is violent, right? It's statutory, it just rings all the bells. We still got this classic standard response of, this does not violate our community standards. So the question comes, who sets these community standards? Who is the community? If we are sitting here in this region and our speech moderators are sitting in another continent and may or may not understand our language, and yes, there is the automatic translation online, but the context requires some level of nuance as well, that goes beyond just simple translation. So I'll leave it at that, to say that we have finally recognized the issues. I think we are all quite conversant on what's bad about what's happening right now and what we need to adopt in terms of how to fix it. But implementation is still just really hitting us badly.
Thank you, Onika. And I think, yeah, this just sounds music to my ear. Whose community standards are these? And perhaps this is also a note to my BPF team to add this to the report. So I'll just swing back to you, Bia. I know you have time constraints. And I know you also had comments on the report, which you're welcome to present to us. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I would just like to take advantage of one case that you mentioned in the report to stress that we really need to be careful about regulation, even if I support platforms regulation regarding violence, gender-based violence and violence against journalists. And I would like to share an example of what happened last year in Brazil related to that, and is one of the cases that you mentioned in your report. In 2021, President Jair Bolsonaro issued a provisional executive order that intended to forbid the practice of content moderation, except in justified cases, under the pretense of allowing ample freedom of expression, communication, and thought in Brazil. Although the provisional measure established exemptions by denying as a general rule the prohibition of content removal with sanctions of non-compliance, the regulation would create an online environment prone to the circulation of harmful speech, particularly distorted speech of political gender violence, hate speech, and misinformation targeting women and LGBT people. Among the exceptions of the text, content authorized to be excluded or blocked by the platforms would be content that would be related to incitement of acts of threat of violence, including reasons for discrimination or prejudice of race, color, sex, ethnicity, religion, and sexual orientation. There was no mention of gender-based violence among the listed bypass possibilities, what would open a gap for the maintenance of this type of discourse on social networks, and denied since the beginning the existence of such forms of discriminations. The president of the Senate summarily rejected the executive order, but there are still some bills in the Brazilian parliament that propose this type of limitation to the operation of the social networks. I also would like to reinforce, I think that Julie would be able to go further the joint declaration, but I just would like to comment two recommendations of the Joint Declaration on Freedom of Expression and Gender Justice. One of them says that in consultation with media organizations and representatives of women journalists, states should develop and implement integrated prevention, protection, monitoring, and response mechanisms to ensure the safety of women journalists. And here we have a big problem because many journalist protection policies in different parts of the world are not developed with a gender perspective, and they totally ignore digital security protection measures. When you look to at least at the Latin America protection mechanisms for journalists, at the beginning, they were able to look for threats on social networks, but they don't have specific digital measures to protect journalists after that. And another recommendation is that, of course, the internet intermediaries should be particularly mindful on the way that their services, automated or algorithmic process in business practice to increase user engagement, target advertising, or engaging in profile mainly amplify gender stereotypes, bias, and misogyny and gender-based violence. And that the company should ensure that their content moderation and curation policy and practice do not discriminate on the basis of gender and other protected attributes. We are very, very, very far from this reality. I believe that as activists, we should take advantage of a broad debate that is going on about platform regulation in different parts of the world to address this issue, especially violence against women journalists. UNESCO, for example, should launch in February a global framework for regulation of platforms. It will also be a document of recommendations. And we have already many recommendation documents everywhere. So it's not a problem that not knowing what to do. The recommendations are there. But I think that is a multilateral tool that can be used in advocacy strategies in different countries to ensure the adoption of a more protective legislation. The idea, for example, of risk assessment, which is already presenting in the Digital Service Act in Europe, is a topic that could be interesting for a more protective approach for journalists. I believe that UNESCO framework could go on this direction. The document is still open to contribution, so I think that we could take advantage of this space to reinforce the recommendations that the Joint Declaration brought us. And finally, I would like to share with you an initiative that we are developing, the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, which we also hope can contribute to adoption of policies and regulations that promote diversity in the digital environment and in the ICT sector. It's called the Gender and Diversity Agenda, a project that has been implemented since 2021 by the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, the CGI. And the agenda has 10 challenges and more than 240 proposals of actions to implement this challenge, to face this challenge. As our committee, as CGI, the agenda is a multi-stakeholder document. He's not published yet. He's being building by consultations inside Brazil and outside as well. We organized it here at the IGF and a workshop yesterday, sharing this experience. So I invite you also to know this this initiative that we hope that can foster a more protective regulation, but also a regulation that is based on human rights standards. Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry that I need to leave early. I'll stay with you 5 more minutes, but I have a panel that starts at 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bia. And I think staying within the Brazilian space, I would go back to you, Mariano. And I know that you worked a lot on bodily issues, and I know that regulation is not really in good terms with women's bodies. And yeah, I mean, I know you would have to address these issues. perhaps you have slides to present,
Yes,
right?
yes, please.
So
if you can screen them, technical team, thank you very much. So thank you. It's really, really interesting to hear you all. And I appreciate many of the remarks that have been made. So Julia's remarks on how regulation is one of the strategies for addressing states' positive obligations. And also, I think Bia, who has been a very important promoter of gender digital rights in Brazil, she already spoke a little bit of regulations gone wrong, let's say. But I wanted to speak of this like general framework of the laws that have been approved in Brazil in the past 10 years to address especially gender-based violence and different aspects of gender-based violence. And just as an introduction, I think there are two things that are important to say. The first is that, of course, legislation, regulations, they have different roles. And we know, feminists know very well that one of them is symbolic. So, for example, when the Supreme Court decided in 2018 that LGBT, that speech against LGBT, hate speech against LGBT was encompassed in the anti-discrimination law in Brazil, that becomes really like a narrative also strategy, right? It becomes part of the strategy of the movement to say, look, this is illegal, this is something that's not allowed. So we know that symbols are important, but I'm going to address more like the effects, the proper effects of the laws here. And the second thing, which I think is also a general comment, is that there's a lot of discussion in Brazil and a lot of criticism on the role of criminalization for our movements, especially because as we're in a very unequal country, we know that criminal law affects different groups differently, and especially Black people are disproportionately affected by the criminal system. So this is something that I think is also like a general approach to the issue, because that's a backfire in itself, right? When we approved laws that criminalize, that's always something that has to be taken into consideration as well. And that said, I really just wanted to show this quick framework that I've been working on, and that's, I don't think it encompasses everything, but that's I think they are the most important laws that have been approved in the past 10 years to address gender-based violence. And I wanted to focus on two of them, which I think we can refer to as having had backfire, let's say. Let me see if I can move. I don't think so. Can you move to the next one, please? Yeah, good. So the first one is one that was called Carolina Dickman law. And it's interesting that many of these laws, they have names of women because they really followed controversial cases that were very mediatized. And this law was approved in 2012 after this woman who is an actress, she had her pictures disseminated online. And that case became very well known. It was one of the first very well-known cases of intimate images being disseminated. And it generated a lot of public discussion. And right after it happened, this law was approved. The law criminalizes hacking into another person's computing device. And if you can take it to the next one, please. Pass the slide. Thank you. What I wanted to show is that although this law was approved to address, supposedly to address this case, and it even carries the name of Carolina, it doesn't really address her story because her device wasn't really hacked. That's not really what happened. What happened in her story was that her email was invaded, and this law doesn't really address that specific situation. So there was a big narrative in the media of how now there were laws in place to protect situations like Carolina's, and it wasn't really so. And as you can see, one of the paragraphs of this law establishes that the penalty is increased by 1/3 to 1/2 if the crimes committed against the President of the Republic, the President of the Federal Supreme Court, and so forth, showing that perhaps protecting women wasn't exactly the reason why this law was approved in the first place, right? So sometimes there's a lot of narrative about something being protective of women's rights online. When you really look into it, that's not really the case. And then, yeah. And then I'd like to address another one that was approved more recently, and that's the stalking law. And this was also considered somewhat of a victory for a feminist movement that had been speaking of how these actions of stalking, of persecuting someone repeatedly, they really didn't find an expression in the legal framework, because we're often speaking of very, let's say, small actions that per se are not illegal, right? So for example, sending someone a message is not illegal. Adding someone through another profile is not illegal. But when you look at them systematically, you see that there's a situation there that's causing a lot of distress, right? So this law was finally approved to address this, but digital rights activists at the time were already trying to address that maybe the definition here was a bit too broad, and it could be used to against activists, and that's precisely what happened. So perhaps you've heard of Sleeping Giants. Sleeping Giants is an organization that it's not really an organization, so it's different groups in different countries, but it's a strategy, let's say, that has been used against certain profiles, certain people, certain companies, to make it very visible when they're, for example, acting against democracy or against human rights. And Sleeping Giants, what it does is to make campaigns against certain actors. And what happened in the specific case that I wanted to show you, and sorry that it's also very bad language, this TV presenter, he said live on TV that gays were a disgraced race. And then Sleeping Giants started to campaign against this person, asking basically funders, what's the name of the advertisers to stop advertising for the program. And Siqueira Jr., this TV presenter, he sued them for stalking, because what he said was that he was being persecuted repeatedly by them, by this campaign online, and that was harming his psychological integrity and invading or disturbing his freedom or privacy. And he actually got an injunction against Sleeping Giants, which obliged them to stop this campaign. So this is just another example of how we have to really carefully craft these laws when we're thinking of protecting. Of course, the intention was clearly really good, but how do you clearly craft it out so that it doesn't really backlash, right? There would be many different things for me to address in these different laws as well, but I think for the sake of time, I will stop here, and then perhaps in the discussion I can address other situations in which these regulations have gone wrong as well.
Thank you, Mariana. I think it's very essential to have a bigger picture of what's going on, and it's good to have you here, portraying the Brazilian landscape. I know we've been diving a lot on gender and women's rights issues, and I would like to go back to the corporate conduct. I know that you, Theo, spoke about the downstream due diligence. Perhaps because we have, an interdisciplinary audience, if you can tell us more about what does that mean and how we can really conduct due diligence against a backdrop of a fragmented regulatory framework that overlooks these issues that we've been speaking on. Thank you.
Thank you. So to start, maybe it could be helpful to explain a little bit more about Ericsson as a company. So we are what is usually called a network vendor. So we're not an operator, internet service provider, or platform. So we are not facing those types of issues of, for example, government requests and so on. But what we do is develop the technology, design and develop the solutions, the technology that then enables operators, platforms, and so on. So one example of, of course, we have ongoing kind of downstream due diligence in our sales process, where we always evaluate what type of technology we are selling, in what context, to what customer, how can it be misused, and can we build in certain safeguards from a technical perspective, but also contractually with the customer, for example, limiting the use of the technology. But some examples additionally of how we kind of proactively address these issues and that tie into the topic of women's rights, specifically on tech, is that we last year published a human rights assessment of 5G technology. So as a network vendor, we of course are kind of the key player in developing and enabling 5G technology, being then the new generation of mobile networks. And we wanted to, at the early stage, address potential issues of misuse or how kind of already known risks for human rights and women's rights can be materialized in different or new ways with 5G technology, or also potentially exacerbated. And I'll just give you a few examples. The full report is available on our website, so you're more than welcome to read the full report. But some examples that we looked into are, for example, the increased use of IoT devices. So already with issues of, for example, domestic surveillance, with increased use of IoT devices, that potentially open up for other types of surveillance or surveillance through new products, of course, increase that risk for already marginalized and at-risk groups. And an additional issue with IoT devices is that the third parties that create these IoT devices not always have the same kind of strong encryption of, for example, other handheld devices, or are not as used to dealing with issues of privacy and freedom of expression. So there is an important role of course, raising awareness with those third parties on how to design those products with that in mind. Another issue that is definitely not new to this space is network shutdowns, but again, from the perspective of 5G technology, with more dense deployment of cell towers or cells, that also potentially enables more precise network shutdowns. So while today maybe you need to shut down an entire region or a block in a city, this will potentially be able to then target specific even a building or a specific person, for example. And then the third one is network segmentation. So again, I mean, kind of the legitimate use of that is, of course, to optimize how the network functions and to make sure that the kind of focus of the network is diverged into prioritized areas and so on, such as, for example, healthcare. But again, misuse that could lead to, for example, throttling or more, again, precise limitations of who has accessibility to the network and services such as digital healthcare, education, and so on. So these are some of the few issues that we addressed in the report. You're, of course, more than
very comfortable with. Nah, the volume
Sorry.
is missing.
Can we please mute the Zoom?
Just to wrap up, then I'll say that, I mean, we've talked about legislation, but what's also important in our industry, particularly to address these issues, is through standardization, because that's at the early stage of where we agree on how products are developed, what kind of safeguards need to be in place. So that's an additional way that we are working to address these issues, is in standardization bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. I think it gives a very nice picture of how corporate conducts different risks assessments in order to make sure that they address a lot of human rights issues. And I guess speaking of internet shutdowns and free speech, I'll go back to you, Julia. And I guess you would want to tackle the declaration, but it would also be nice if you can also talk us through how you see media regulation against, the background of crackdown on journalists and shrinking of civic spaces, and how can we make sure that, yes, regulation, it is necessary, but at the same time, we do not create a chilling effect on freedom of expression. Thank you.
Thanks so much for this really pertinent question. And I think we don't have enough time to speak about all the really excellent points that we already heard in the course of the last hour. I wanted to start with following up on something that Bia said before. That's really this kind of like limiting, and also links a little bit to your question, limiting speech to protect speech, right? So I think this is really what we need to acknowledge, that the notion of we need all like limitless freedom of expression means that there is a de facto limitation of speech of some, right? Through violence, through business practices, through all these different things we have been discussing. So regulation really needs to take on this role of ensuring that free speech for everyone is available, right? And that participatory and inclusive freedom of expression is possible. So I just wanted to kind of start with this, with this point, but also kind of like recognizing that all the things that we've been discussing throughout the week really have this gendered perspective. And one of the points is this really kind of like lack of rule of law also in a digital context. So I want to maybe say two more things before I go into the joint declaration. Thanks for mentioning it, and then also going to your question about media regulation, is really trying to consider the entire kind of like lifeline of a speech. When we now take the example of freedom of expression, I mentioned already before that we have to recognize kind of like every step. So it's really about access to technology, access to means of expression, digital divides. It's the question of literacy and access to education and all these kind of points, even before we can look at who is even able to participate in kind of like the public sphere and freedom of expression. Then we have speaking out. And here again, we have a very clear link to what Bia said before about speaking out publicly, for example, because you're a woman journalist or because you're a woman politician, which is also something that was addressed already at this IGF, puts the person at an additional kind of like risk of being targeted and being silenced. And then we also see that there are specific restrictions of gendered expression. And for example, the reproductive health issue that was mentioned before. And then we also see that all the kind of already problems and challenges that we see are amplified in a digital context where we have platforms that are really kind of prioritizing user engagement in view of advertising revenues, even if it's at odds with public good, with diversity, with accuracy, which brings along so many additional kind of like challenges. But I think I'm now trying to move away from the challenges because I think we have established many of them, but kind of like, what can we do? So indeed, the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, together with the other free speech mandate holders, have this year issued a joint declaration that kind of for the first time really touches upon this horizontal issue of gender and gender justice in freedom of expression. And it puts forward several recommendations for different stakeholders, including also media outlets, but also platforms, when we speak about due diligence and many of the things that Theo touched upon, but also really looking at states and what needs to be done to remove the structural and systemic inequalities and barriers that we see, and discrimination that we see also reinforced in the digital context. 2 points in this context that we heard before when Marianne, you mentioned also that judges judge on morals, and kind of like, so it's also a question who are enforcing, who are sitting at kind of like the decision-making power, again, in different steps. But it's also that very often public morals that are also understood from a very patriarchal value system is very often used as an excuse to protect, or it's this kind of like paternalistic approach to protect women online by in fact restricting their expression and possibility to speak out online. And this links back to this kind of like freedom always has to be inclusive, because otherwise it's a privilege of some, which means it's not freedom and it's not right for everybody. I also brought a few joint declarations in case you wanna grab it. It's of course also online, but in the sake of time, just 2 more small things, because I think it's really important also to touch upon the safety of women journalists online, which also links to the question about media regulation specifically, where we have, like the OSCE has worked on it for quite a while. I also brought a resource guide, because I think what we tried is also moving away from these recommendations. We heard that there are plenty of recommendations and documents out there of what should be done, but really trying to look at how should it be done, right? How was it already successful in a specific context? What are the good practice examples that we can learn from? And seeing what the different stakeholders, be it the legislative, be it the executive branch, be it the judiciary, but also the law enforcement, which very often is kind of like this first step of institutionalized impunity when we speak about online violence and attacks and restrictions. So there are all these different actors, and we really need this kind of like whole of society approach, but recognizing that the safety of journalists, as one of the examples, is a broad concept, right? So safety does not only mean not to be killed, as was pointed out by Pia, but also psychological health, also legal safety, and all these different aspects. So it's really also about safety protocols and all these other things. In this context, it's relevant also to mention the monitoring, I think, of online attacks, because if we look at the cases of where really violence against women journalists escalated into horrific online attacks or offline violence or even assassinations of women journalists, you can really look at the history of attacks online beforehand. So I think it's really crucially important, and this is something that we are working on now together with Julie Possetti from ICFJ, and to really try to identify indicators for escalation so that we can move from this denouncing when something happened to really a preventive approach and saying online violence is first of all a kind of indication for potential offline violence later, and worst case scenario impunity or impunity for killings. But we also need to take those and learn from what has happened and when something went wrong to see how can we prevent it in the future. And the second point is platform governance. I mean, it was touched upon a little bit by Theo, but in the online context, most of the power and gatekeeping to information and gatekeeping to information spaces is really held by a handful of corporations, of companies that are all based also in Silicon Valley. So there are many other issues to that as well that we have discussed during the week. But there's also a lack of transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in the process that they're being developed. And here I just want to point out one point, that if gender and human rights is not considered from the very beginning, really from the question of designing and developing technologies and setting the rules for the spaces where people can speak out, it's very difficult to bring it in later, and you will have all these gendered impacts and effects. So human rights due diligence is crucially important, and it of course has to include this gender perspective, but then also be clearly linked to mitigation measures that again have this gender perspective in there. And here's really where regulation plays in, and where states have to make sure that this framework, this for online speech is set, but not focusing on content. I think this was also made clear before, but really focusing on the processes. So focusing on the reach of speech and not the speech itself. So I already see the pointing to the hand, so I will close with that. But we also work on this platform governance, and I brought also a few publications from this. And I think I will stop there. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yes.
Thank you, Julia. And I think what you brought up is a very excellent summary that would pave us the way to closing remarks as we're trying to wrap up the session. And I think, as with the title of this session, which is "Are Regulatory Practices Really Friend or Foe to Gender and Digital Rights?" I would really be interested to hear from you what you think about in 30 seconds. Sorry, but we don't have time. So I'll go with Mahima first.
Sure, to be very brief, I'm based in India, and this country can be very patriarchal in its view towards women and the right that women have to be online. So I do believe that we need to, we need to protect women on the internet and not from the internet, which is sometimes the view that a very paternal government can take. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Mahima. Onika?
I think I will just briefly say that it's important as we continue to do this work to consistently recognize that online violence has offline impact and vice versa. And so it's really important that we continue to not see online violence in isolation to what actually happens to gender inequality in our society in general.
Thank you. Theo?
Thank you. So I'll just reiterate the point of making sure that any kind of future due diligence legislation really captures these issues. And then the other point is, of course, that any due diligence efforts include the affected and impacted stakeholders in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariana?
I think my answer is a fringe if gender lenses are considered and if there's a good understanding of the general context, social and legal. So then definitely a fringe, but it can be an enemy too.
Thank you. Julia?
Maybe building on this, yes, and it needs to be built on collaborative approaches so that it's really a preventive, protective, but also in the end kind of an empowering tool of regulation. And one additional sentence, if I may, that I wanted to say before is that women's rights are always an early warning sign. So I think we really also have to link it to the general and authoritarian trends we see across the globe and the backsliding of human rights. So this is an additional aspect where we need to fight for women's rights in digital spaces, linked also to the broader discussion on human rights and democracy.
Yeah, so collaborative approaches, dismantling institutionalized impunity, taking a full value chain approach, and protecting women on the internet and not from the internet. I think all those are really words that echo and have echoed during the session. So now we're going to take a few questions from the floor or from the online chat, if there are any, before wrapping up the session. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for this panel and for platforming this conversation. My question is more for Mahima. You spoke about the UK and the US, but I'm wondering, what are your interactions with regulatory frameworks that are perhaps hostile to products like Bumble? Like I'm thinking of Pakistan or other countries, perhaps in Asia or in the non-West. And secondly, how are you approaching protecting queer communities in, again, like countries or contexts where same-sex relationships might either be heavily discriminated against or even illegal? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more question. Yeah, Diana, go ahead.
Hello, thank you very much for this great panel. I am from Jordan, and the culture of honor is very present in the everyday life. Even if it doesn't kill you, you live in the fear that it will at least harm you greatly. And there seems to be a lot of encouragement for us to speak up online, which is really good. And I see increased funding for lawyers for some high-profile cases, which is also good. But I was thinking, what can online communities do for the time that women are waiting for a result for their trials, as well as their lives afterwards? Because those two phases seems to be gaps in the programs addressed. And also it's probably the higher risk for them, because this is when they face the backlash. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. So I guess I'll go to Mahima for the first question.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. We are starting to engage with other countries. So we haven't engaged with all the countries out there, but certainly depending on where we find the conversation. I give the example of Australia because we have actually been involved with formal processes regarding how, the sector is going to be regulated. So it's quite drilled down in terms of the detailing. In India, for example, you will find a lot of laws that have been passed which capture some of the the tactics used against women online. But we've already hosted a number of conversations that we hope to lead into more formal reports and things which actually talk about whether the development of tech policy and then what is coming out actually has a gendered view in mind, and if we actually measure the impact on gender. And there's some researchers, frankly, who've done really good work in India. I'm sure some of the panelists are familiar with their work. We're drawing on their papers, we're drawing on their observations, and we're having these multi-stakeholder discussions with great participation from some of the think tanks and NGOs in India. As for making sure that we cater to all communities. In fact, as you know, Bumble was started more with that binary in mind. Our user base has obviously grown, so we actually work with GLAD in the US to make sure that our users can self-identify, and then that translated into having to kind of look at how the matching is done, because women make the first move. So in same-sex matches, anyone can make the first move. And similarly, when it comes to protecting different communities, we're working with groups to understand what further protections we can offer. I can give an example of women in India, because we've done some work here, which is that they wanted actually their initials in their profiles and not their full name till they wanted to share it, because people were scared of their matches maybe finding them in other places on the internet. So that was the protection that we gave in India first, and then we'll roll it out in other places if people need that. So innovating, work in progress, but I can share that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahima. We'll take another question. Final question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Alan Kusuma from Indonesia. My organization has been focusing on online gender-based violence for quite few years, and we found a challenge that is very much has already been told here. I just want to raise an issue that we face when we are trying to get the online gender-based violence reported to the law enforcement, and that the issue is there is a lack of digital evidence that we can get from the digital platforms. And there is also an issue of the law enforcement trying to get the victim to surrender their gadget, which also pose a privacy issue. So maybe, is there any best practices from the digital platforms on having an evidence-based situation or evidence-based mechanism that can be easily accessed by the victim, so they can provide evidence to the police, and how maybe from the technical aspect, like the design of the gadget, when how can we get through the digital forensic without have to surrender our own privacy when we are giving the police our phone, for example? Maybe if there is any comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So who'd like to take Jenna's question?
I can perhaps start. I think we've been seeing a lot of cases of trials involving violence against women and domestic violence that got really mediatized around the world, right? And I think the one thing that I think is important to say, you were referring to online communities and what could be done in between. I think it's really important that online communities, feminist movements, they provide support to the women who are going through this online, especially because we've seen from very mediatized cases, especially from the US and Europe, that campaigns and public opinion starts to shift to a very sexist view. And we've seen some cases also from the global south of trials that got very mediatized, and in which the feminist movement support for the woman who was who was on the trial was really important, be it for the public opinion, be it just for support. Of course, one can say that also the cases end up being influenced by this public opinion. That's a harder one to make. But anyway, I think it's really important that these discourses get mobilized, right? And then just to quickly address the part of evidence, I don't think I can answer to all of that, but for sure, the judiciary should have guidelines for access to evidence and for keeping evidence safe. And that's a problem that we've been seeing in many countries, that sometimes people won't want to report something because they know that they're not really secure practices, and perhaps something that they just want to keep private will get even more disseminated, right? I know that's not the full answer. You're referring to platforms, but just plugging on that.
Thank you, Mariana. Yeah, Anika?
Yeah, I'll just pick up on the part of platforms. I think it's really important that we continue the work. I think there's a piece of work, the stream that's going on right now under generation equality on the technology action platform that is looking at platforms themselves actually including some of these features in the design of the platforms. And I think it's really important for us to connect what is the discussions here and monitoring what's happening in that particular work stream, because I can certainly relate to what you're saying. The case that I talked about when we were opening, we actually had great difficulty defending the young women in court who were being sued for defamation of character by accused perpetrators, because the particular platform that they used to out these perpetrators was, well, accused perpetrators, as I'm supposed to say, was actually, they closed the account and took down the posts. We had screenshots of that, but had we not had screenshots of that, we would have just kind of been having a real great challenge being able to defend them. So I think that based on some of what we've been watching, there is a role for platforms to play, but it also goes to the whole issue of not overburdening victims of the violence with also defending themselves. You know, it is a form of secondary victimization where they now must continuously tell their story at every point and prove that this actually happened. And fundamentally, I think it's really important for us to connect this to what's happening in societal discourse, right? It all stems from a narrative of also not believing women. And therefore, the platforms have to play some role in that, because they also perpetuate this notion that, you know, women could be lying about this, and therefore, you know, they have to come to the fold around issues of making sure evidence is available.
Thank you so much, Onika, and thanks everyone for joining us here today. Not sure, Mahima, if you have anything to say? No?
You know, I can just add one thing, just picking up on the last point. I think design is really important. There was a case in Australia, I was on a different platform, which made it very clear that if the alleged perpetrator, unmatched, the victim was not able to access chats and so was not able to go and report. And so, you know, when we, I mean, at least from a Bumble perspective, when we saw this in the news, we realized there was a design correction that needed to be made, so that if someone has done something to you and then they block you or they unmatch you and you cannot find them to report them, you know, that should be available. So yes, I agree. I think, you know, platforms should make it easier to give people what they need to go get the, you know, get the justice they want.
Thank you, Mahima, and thank you for joining us online. Thanks everyone here today for joining us on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, I guess that's a wrap. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
transformation. Wouldn't we show that at the beginning? And my understanding is that it's more to listen. Yes. You want to make some opening statements? We are very happy to have been able to host you. I'm happy to say something like that. That's helpful. But I don't want to. Nothing big, just a couple of. Yeah, if you like. If you like. 2 minutes. Yeah, yes. Show you getting your title. Oh, my title. You just say representing ECs. Okay. I mean, whatever. You want to say no, I mean, here you are as a representative, not as director of technology or as the representative of. So, I was, yeah, so open, the minister, and then I'm not fussy. I don't. No. Let's work it out. Yeah. These are very good questions. So you'll come first, Minister. Paul Mitchell. I don't know if we should start. I mean, the simplest way is to look at it in terms of sequence. So you start in the middle, go right, left, and you can go right again and then left, or you can go from 4 to Vincent, and then you end with me. Yeah. I mean, there's mute. Almost there. How was the history? Were you there? No, I was not. I was not instituted. Yeah, I was just involved in yeah, I think we're all but no that let's get back to very good, very So I will just introduce people, and then you can say a few words and I say the name. So if you, yes, each of us. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Furman, can you hear me? English, yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I have a problem. So I there's I mean, for sure. I can tell you much. Have lunch. They have happened like it was Yeah. Yes, do you know? The chance of money's already was being dollars. So are you normally on the but I think never. So we can hear about
Myanmar. How are you? So. We have to find. Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our session. If you could please take your seats and please feel free to come. I know it says reserved there, but you can also sit there. It's really fine. You can come in. We are a little bit late, so I think we should start so that we don't bump into the opening session. I mean, yeah, it's been a long 5 days. But I hope that it has been a fruitful 5 days for all of us, and we've had a lot of good discussion and also good exchanges of ideas. And this session is the taking stock session, where we take stock of what has happened over the 5 days. You tell us what you think worked well, what didn't work so well, what you think we should improve, what you think we should definitely keep. We will, of course, issue a call on our website, and you'll have until, I think, the end of January to also submit written inputs into that, because we do value the session very much, because this is what helps us get better, helps us improve, helps us give you a platform that you can freely exchange ideas and make the internet a better, safer place, and an internet that we want. We will be having 2 microphones once we get underway. So if you would like to speak, when I say so, when I announce, can you just line up behind one of these microphones, because it's better since there's no numbering system if you press the microphones on your desk. And then we will just do it round robin style. We'll just go from this mic to that mic. And if there's anybody online, we'll go there, and then we just go around like that. And would you please keep your interventions to maximum of 90 seconds? The shorter the better, so that we get more people in. But please, we are interested in hearing your views, your impressions, and what you would like, any suggestions of what we could do next year. So with that, let me start, and I'll just introduce our panel here. This is the groups, representatives of the groups that helped bring IGF 2022 here, and so that they're here to listen. And so with that, let me first of all introduce Her Excellency Huri Ali Mahdi for the host country. And I don't know if you want to say a few words, and then we can go. Just a few, say hello, or just a...
Thank you so much. I don't want to take your time, but I would like to say we are very excited and proud to have you all. And I would like to thank all of you for your valuable inputs. I hope you had a very great to explore Addis Ababa and Ethiopia. Hopefully you'll back again and again here in Ethiopia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, State Minister. And then the next person I'd like to introduce to my left is the chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisor Group, MAG, and they are mainly in charge of the program and schedule of the IGF, the main themes, selecting the workshops, and also some of the intersessional work.
It's been a pleasure to be working with the MAG and putting this program together. I have to get my voice up. And I'm very interested in the feedback that you're all going to provide during this session.
Thank you. And then we will go to Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, who will be representing the ECA, and that is the venue that we are in. They are gracious hosts as well. Jean-Paul.
Thank you very much. And we would just like to say that the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa has been very privileged and proud to work with the other convening partners, and in particular with our hosts, the government of Ethiopia, to host this event. And in particular, I think to emphasize how the internet and digital technologies associated with the internet are being used as a transformative tool for acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we look forward to further input and suggestions in this session this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then last, but definitely not least, I'll give the floor to Vince Cerf, who is the chair of the IGF leadership panel that was just introduced in August. So this is the first IGF, and they'll be very instrumental next year as well. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you very much for an opportunity to share a few reactions with you. First of all, the leadership panel wants to learn more about the points that have been covered in the 300+ meetings that have taken place over the last 5 days. So the stock-taking session is a beginning, but we are eager to get the summaries from the various sessions to learn more about what has been discussed during the course of the week. I want to acknowledge the dedication of the MAG chair and the MAG stakeholders and the Secretariat, and in addition to Minister Alimadi and her team, who have made this such a productive week for all of us. This is my first visit to Ethiopia, and now I know why I have to come back. It's got to be one of the friendliest places I've ever visited. So the leadership panel is looking forward to not only working on ideas that we hope will contribute to a safer and more secure internet, but we intend to do so in as transparent a way as possible. So you should be able to track our work during the course of the next year or so. And so we're committed to that. But now we want to hear more from you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll now open the floor. If you choose to line up, if you have anything to say on the microphones. Yes, we'll start from here, and then we'll go there, and then we go to the, yes, so.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, thanks. I'd like to firstly, within the few seconds I've got, ask everyone to join me in thanking the minister. She has lost a voice. Her voice wasn't that much, but she was on every session and she's been here. We've never had this before. So thank you very much. A quick takes. The IGF is supposed to be multi-stakeholder, but I learned a very good, strong lesson this week. I've been organizing IGFs in my country, Sierra Leone. And I was at a session where a lady who was physically impaired, couldn't see, made a very emotional presentation. And I felt guilty because whenever we've held the IGF in Sierra Leone, we have never invited the disabled stakeholders. So that is one thing I'm going to take back. And looking around here, I can't see that many disabled people here. So it's showing also that I'm not only the only guilty person, we are all guilty. So let's bring on board more disabled people. Also, it's multi-stakeholder. The GSMA, who are providing the majority of internet access, should be here because some of the messages we're sending across, they need to hear it. The policymakers, the government, we need to have more ministers in this. The media, where is CNN? Where is the BBC? Where is Al Jazeera? They're in Egypt. They should be here. So thank you very much. Thanks very much. And lastly, I made a plea start of the week. I want to end that. The internet has provided more scope for peace globally. And I have started the hashtag a Nobel Peace Prize for Vince Cerf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please. Pat.
How can someone follow that? All right, thank you so much. I'm also similarly losing my voice, so thank you for your patience on that. Catherine Townsend, and I just want to commend the MAG, the organizers, because I found that this IGF, I've been to previous ones, there were so many sessions here that were really about how does the internet really affect people's lives. I credit that to the process, to the hosts. These have been very interesting and very substantive sessions. I would love to tell you more about all the great things that we discussed and learned, the data that we need to open, the transparency that we need, the accountability. But I need to share that in our sessions, I ran a few, one was on the future of the female web, that we had an attack and we had a Zoom bombing of our session. And what happened was we had targeted hate speech, we had pornographic videos, and we had a video of somebody being murdered. These weren't caught. And so all of our speakers who are online and our participants online witnessed this. And many of them are still having a trauma experience as a result. We know that this happens. This happens a lot in public spaces, and especially places where women's issues are discussed. And it's very important to put these protections in place. This happened at the IGF last year. It happened at the regional IGF in Southeast Asia a few months ago. And so I would really request and implore that if we want to have a safer internet and if we want the IGF to be a space where people feel free to gather, that we recognize that people will get attacked and women's issues get attacked. And so to put that protection in the first place. So the small recommendations are understand that this is ubiquitous, put it in early on so it's not an afterthought. Moderators, either train them that this is going to happen. Every one of our moderators had to protect ourselves, and they didn't know that this is something that they would be subjected to. We're trying to have hybrid spaces. We want virtual voices. We need the tech to work day one, and we need for it to be safe. And just know that there are many gender justice and digital rights organizations that are happy to work with you all. We got a great reception from Mr. Masango, who helped us out, which I appreciate, but it did take quite some time to find a receptive person from the UN who took this seriously. So thank you for that. And we stand by ready to support you in the future. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. And yes, that was a truly regrettable incident, and we are working hard, and we will, of course, continue, I hope, to work together to stop this happening. Let me just check on. Okay, please.
Okay, Jutta Kroll, former MAC member for civil society and also representing the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment. My stock taking starts 15 years ago at my first IGF, when the voices of those advocating children as internet users were barely heard. I've now experienced, especially during this week, that there is so much interest in children's rights and child protection on the internet, especially from representatives from the African continent. I'm thankful for that. Also, that not only we as adults are representing children's interest, but also that young people sometimes have taken part in these discussions, raising their voices, and I hope that they will continue also to do so in the Global Digital Compact. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. I am Nia Nana, and I am representing the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the CTU. And firstly, the CTU would like to thank the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for their very kind and gracious hospitality over the past week, as well as offer congratulations to the UN IGF Secretariat on an impactful and successful 17th IGF. The CTU is an intergovernmental multi-stakeholder organization representing interests in the Caribbean region, and we would like to draw focus on our Caribbean IGF. Over the past 18 years, the CTU has acted as the coordinating mechanism for the Caribbean IGF. Since the first Caribbean IGF in 2005, the CTU's goals for internet governance in the region has been harmonizing regional policies, identifying issues of priority specifically for the Caribbean region, promoting the development and use of the internet in the region, and building Caribbean capacity in internet governance. We are very happy to say that under the umbrella of the Caribbean IGF and in collaboration with the DC SIDS, the very first SIDS IGF was held earlier this year. And the main consensus areas arising from the SIDS IGF were calls for increased meaningful connectivity within small island developing states, and the increased collaboration among SIDS to combat existing vulnerabilities, which are exacerbated by the inherent nature of SIDS, such as cybersecurity challenges, investment challenges, and ICT infrastructure development challenges, and an increased thrust for the recognition of the voices of SIDS and the inclusion of the SIDS agenda in forums such as these. The CTU remains committed to lending its 18 years of experience with the Caribbean IGF to further the internet governance agenda of SIDS. As part of the international community, we support an open, accessible, inclusive, and resilient internet that is aligned with the principles and objectives of the UN SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will go online. Chris Udu. Chris, you have the floor. If not, we can try the...
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you hear me? I was actually muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Chris Odu from Nigeria. I'm also an ISOC youth ambassador. First of all, I would like to commend the government of Ethiopia for this excellent hosting of the IGF. Going through all the sessions, for me, you would understand there are similarities on what I could pick out of this IGF. There are actually still literacy gaps when it comes to digital skills. And I think COVID-19 has actually shown the need for us to actually take digital skill literacy very, very serious. So I think stakeholders need to actually start working critically in this area. And it's also good that we're having this IGF in Africa, because I think Africa is still lacking behind when it comes to connectivity. The latest ITU activity report shows that there's still a very, very high rate of unconnected people in Africa. So I think it's something that we should start working towards to improve that number for the next IGF, which will be in Japan. So this is very, very, very critical, and it's good that we're having these conversations in Africa. Once again, thank you very much. I really, really had nice week through the IGF sessions. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. And since we did skip online on the way, so I will just give the floor to the IGF Benin Hub. And please just interrupt me. We do feel that the hubs are very important. It's where people who cannot come to the actual event physically, they can congregate together in rooms, whether it be university, hotel, or some other place, and participate in the IGF remotely together. And the IGF Secretariat does fund a few of them, and we would like to fund more, but of course it is dependent on the amount of donations that we have in the trust fund. So I'll give one last call to the IGF Benin Hub.
Ok. Nous sommes deux intervenants depuis le hub du Bénin.
We are speaking from the Benin Hub. I am Agolao Josan Pascaline, a master's program in telecoms network systems and a member of an NGO. I'd like to thank, on behalf of all participants from Benin and on my personal behalf, all the stakeholders of the IGF and the organizers of the Global IGF for this opportunity afforded us to discover and to deepen our knowledge on the various components of the functioning and management of the internet for the first time for our hub, Benin. And it was a very good experience, although there are things to improve. And we hope that in the coming years, speaker is inaudible, cannot be heard by the interpreter. Speaker is inaudible.
session where, you know, if your ideas are worth it, it will be a platform they will give to you. I have though two submissions here that, you know, we have been hosting wonderful seamless sessions. However, if the links for those hybrid sessions can come in a day before, those who are joining us from different parts of the world, their heartbeat, it can be controlled. You know, like we had like 15 minutes before sending them links. And the second one is like, once you have those high level panels don't only mean CEOs of large corporations, would also mean grassroots people. I think that would make a big difference to the high level panels that you host, because you actually hear the voices of the grassroots on the dais based on what they think, because at the end of it, we got to make internet for all, livelihood for all. But overall, great hospitality from the government of Ethiopia. I think you've set a tough benchmark for others to follow. Really appreciate. And a round of applause for the wonderful team at IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to present my close remark. My name is Ayale Astashbeshi. I born here in Ethiopia and I came from Australia. Currently, I'm working on the research how to move from physical fiat currency to physical digital fiat currency, and also digital banking and cryptocurrency. The 70th UN IGF closing remark on 2nd of December 2022, UNECA Addis Ababa. The Honorable Hulia Ali, State Minister for Innovation and Technology of Ethiopia. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the UN member country representatives, the civil society representatives, and the corporate and private representatives. I'm saying I may be wrong. Please give me your time, your heart, and your mind for the next few minutes. On behalf of the following three organizations, newly formed Neo Society Network and Alpha Degen, which is Ethiopian based, and also—
I'm sorry, I can only give you 30 seconds more.
Okay, okay, I'll be fast. Ethiopian Digital Defending Task Force, Ethiopian Software Testing Association, Global Africa Migrant Committee Association, and Ethiopian Diaspora in Australia and New Zealand. I'll be fast. As a coordinator of a civil society, I believe the UN IGF 2020 is a historical event, what happened in Ethiopia, because hardly Ethiopia is facing for the last
I'm so
2
sorry.
years. I'm finished now, 2 years.
It's past
And it
2
was
minutes.
a difficult situation. And first, we need the United Nations international law for governing internet.
What I can suggest is that if you submit it in writing, and then we will post it on our website as well, so everybody can see it.
Just one.
No, I'm so sorry, but we've got a lot, and we have to.
Just
end
one
in
point
time.
for the attackers.
No, no.
Thank
you. Sorry. Now I've got two opposing requests from the facilitators here. Can you please speak slower so that the interpreters can catch up with you? And also, can you please have your interventions 1 minute? Because I'm just counting the number of people on the line. So please, Nigel.
Yes, thank you very much. Nigel Hickson from the UK government. Thank you, Ethiopia. Madam Minister, thank you for your gracious hospitality. I join with others in appreciating the warmth, the hospitality, the genuine friendship of the so many people we've met, whether it's in the hotels, whether it's in the restaurants, whether it's on the streets. It's been absolutely marvelous. And I second what Vince said. We'll certainly come back again. And I'd also like to shout out to the many volunteers that we've had here. The volunteers have been fantastic. This has been a wonderful IGF. It's so great to be back in Africa. I had the opportunity and the pleasure of going to the Nairobi IGF, but being back in Africa, where this all began with the Tunis agenda and the marvelous discussions we had in Tunis. The discussions here have been wide-ranging. I think they've been excellent. They've mixed the national and the European and the global issues. And I have great optimism for the future. Here is to the future of the IGF.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Let's give a try online again. I don't know if the Benin Hub wants to try it again. We'll just give that a quick 6 count to see if they can try again. If not, we will go to Mokombere. So Benin Hub first.
Hello?
Yes, please go
Can
ahead.
you hear me? Can you hear me though?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I should thank host country, UNDESA and IGF team for organizing this unique IGF in Ethiopia. I would like to, my key takeaway in this IGF is we should do more to reach a common vision, values, and interests, and common definition about what is good internet at global level. I would like to only name some of the key issues that are vital to ensure the future of internet. One is unilateral coercive measure in digital world that could be a great barrier to national development goals and constitute violation of human rights obligation. Two, the nature of internet as a civilian-only environment with peaceful purposes and uses. Four, trusted international framework on cross-border data flow while ensuring data sovereignty. Five, streaming geopolitical neutrality of global internet. Six, establishment of global framework rules, norms, and accountable behavior of global digital platform and service provider. Seven, fair and international framework for internet governance based on real digital multilateralism. Eight, internationalization of internet public core, internationalization of internet public core as a global public good. Nine, elimination all manifestation of digital colonialism in all layers of digital environment. And 10, UN Convention on Cybersecurity. I really hope that this vital issue for future internet be reflected in IGF output and global digital compact. See you all in Japan IGF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just a reminder, can you just please briefly introduce yourself, just say your name and your organization, please. We'll go to this one.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Ghayur. I'm from Afghanistan, a country totally isolated from the world now, totally isolated. I think I'm the only one person from Afghanistan right now, if I'm wrong, not wrong. Here. Thank you. And it wouldn't have been possible without the support of the IGF Secretariat. So I'm here just to thank the IGF leadership, all stakeholders involved organizing the IGF Secretariat, especially Anya, Mr. Changatai, Pascal, all others who are involved there. In my country, we don't have much embassies right now. Only a few with diplomatic relations, no consular sections, no visas. So once I applied for a visa to Ethiopia, in 4 hours, I received my visa. So I would like to thank them. Thank you so much, Ethiopia. Thanks to the people of Ethiopia. Thanks to the government of Ethiopia. A special thanks to their Ministry of Information Technology, to their Ministry of Foreign Affairs for issuing the visa. When I heard about the IGF 2022 to be held in Addis Ababa, I never imagined that I'm gonna make it here. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Salim Mustafa, US IGF Africa. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Ethiopia for the good welcome and for the hospitality. And really, the population showed us they are a welcoming people. So when we came here, we feel like we are home, and everybody is feeling like he's in his home. So the thing that I would like to address is, as a young African, so I'm always fighting to engage more African youth on IGF discussion. So I'm recommending the multi-stakeholders, government and private sector and all the sector to support African youth initiatives, because we would like to see more African youth participating in the coming IGF meetings. And lastly, I would like to thank the government of Ethiopia for the good food and for the good night they organized for us. And thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Now we're going to try and go online. Karina Irada. We'll just give that a 6 count.
Hello, can you hear
Yes, we
me?
can hear you. Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Karina Virarda from Argentina. It's a pleasure to be able to say words of gratitude. It has been a pleasure to participate in my first year as a MAC member. Thanks to Ethiopia, thanks to all IGF for your great work in the organizations. Thanks to who all have participated. Those are the basis of the multiple stakeholders. After a week of session, we have a lot of led to work on a free, open, and safe cybersecurity for all. Thanks for the opportunity, Chingatai.
I think we've lost, so we go to the next one, please.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I am Joel Talargi, a software developer and a technology content creator based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I am very proud that IGF Ethiopia 2022 is happening in Addis Ababa. So I'm quite concerned on some issues that were discussed in the AI sessions in a previous session earlier in this room, I think. And however, AI has continued to advance at a rapid pace, and its adoption by businesses have accelerated further after COVID-19. I myself use it in my daily activities like scriptwriter, artificial intelligence, to voice over AI in different languages, which I couldn't have done by my own self, to generate a very good amount of income, which I would like my fellow youngsters to join in. However, during the press conference in Brussels earlier this year, European Commission said it was preparing a draft to regulate for artificial intelligence that will help prevent misuse, but by governing body has set itself quite the challenge, because AI changes after the regulation. The AI has changed by that time. A few weeks in regulation that is introduced may not go further enough. But my concern is why regulation is important and urgent in the Web3 ecosystem, in the metaverse. That is not finished and not completed yet. So my concern is to regulate the metaverse right from the beginning. It's not the technology that is dangerous, but the fact that powerful corporations will be able to meditate all aspects of our lives, selling access to our daily experiences with the highest bidder. I know this sounds like today's social media, Web 2, but Web 3 is going to be far away than is dangerous. And it's also good, but the negative side. And I know this sounds like today's social media, but in the metaverse, the institutions will be far more than any technology ever created. I would like to see IGF making moves on this as soon as possible for the next conference panels by making regulations as the metaverse is being built.
Thank you very much.
Just
Thank you.
my concern. Thank you.
And just another suggestion for thank yous, can we keep them to 4 words or less? And then we can get to the other. Thank you very much. And I will try, the next session is the closing session. The Deputy Prime Minister is coming. I will just keep an eye on this end. And if they tell us to stop, we'll stop. So I'll try and push my luck as far as possible, but please go.
Thank you very much. I'm Tulio from Brazil. There are 3 messages that I saw echoing out of our IGF here in Addis. The first is the priority that we all have around leveraging the internet towards the Sustainable Development Goals. The second is the urgency around addressing digital and data divides. And the third is the absolute need for us to enhance international cooperation towards these 2 previous goals. And I would like to thank the Ethiopian presidency, because having the IGF here in Ethiopia has provided us a platform for the voices from the Global South to be amplified. And I very much hope that the spirit of Addis and the spirit of Africa can guide our work, not only internationally, but also with a view to Japan and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now try IGF bin and hub. I think they're still trying. We'll just give it a 6 count to see if they can get on. If not, I apologize for that. And I would ask them to please send their intervention to us and we will post it on the website. So now I'll go to Abijali Bachabong. I'll also give that a 6 count. And I'd just like to credit Lynn St. Amor, our past MAG chair, for the 6 count idea. But please, Karen.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Mohammed Saleh Mohammed Yassin. I'm coming from the University of Lille in France, where I'm studying in global e-business. I would like to thank all on this. I have 3 key messages and requests I would like to convey. One on the digital inclusion of the marginalized. And for this, I speak on to my country of origin, Sudan, where there is a frequent slowdown and shutdown of the internet. And I recommend the IGF Secretariat and the global community to establish as quick as possible an IGF in Sudan in order to be multi-stakeholders on that aspect. The second message is to the Ethiopian authorities, and Her Excellency is here. I am a defender of the defenders of human rights. And when I see an abuse of human rights, I cannot stay quiet. In front of me at the airport, a lady coming to this event has been asked to pay a visa, another visa, a tourist visa, and she has paid a visa twice. I request you to restitute some dignity to this human rights defender and reimburse her visa paid twice, because she entered in panic when they asked her to wait, and she couldn't wait because I resisted and waited for 8 hours. This is the second message. The third message is to the government of Japan. Next year, when the Africans will be coming to the IGF, I request you to facilitate for them in order to afford, because Japan is very expensive. And this will be a request from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greetings. My name is Yusuf Abdul Kadir from the United States. I want to first thank the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I stand before you humbled as a child of Africa who was stolen from the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, returning to his motherland, Africa, and the motherland of all humanity, Ethiopia. Your hospitality and kindness is unparalleled. I am in awe and will return home spiritually renewed. To get to the point of my intervention, Your Excellency, for my part, I stand as the representative of my colleagues from Syracuse University, the Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, who has presented here today the Internet Backpack. We believe fundamentally that the 2030 Agenda, Sustainable Development Goals, has an opportunity to be catapulted with our technology. And we are tremendously excited for the promise of what it can mean for uniting all Africans around the world collectively for our collective aspirations for a united Africa. We thank you for humbly inviting us here, for hosting us here, for providing us with hospitality, your grace, your dignity, your kindness, and the beauty of the Ethiopian people, and offering us your young people who have been inspiring to us. We thank you, Your Excellency. In that, I yield the time.
Thank you very much. I've heard Syracuse University is a good school. Please.
Hello, everyone. This is Umar Khan from Charsadda, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan, a lawyer by profession and digital and human rights activist. There was a lot of things to learn here at IGF. A lot of session was attended, but I have something and a suggestion to the IGF Secretariat that a country of having on the list of top 10 with regards to the population, a country having 64% population of youth is not having a national IGF and having no youth IGF. This is so unfortunate. We don't have such two IGFs. Therefore, I will request the IGF Secretariat to focus on this, and this IGF bring us the courage to go back home and establish at least the youth IGF. Because I'm young, I want to establish a youth IGF, and I would like to take a help from the IGF Secretariat. And the end, I would like to say something, and this is just a 1 minute. People say a lot of things about Africa. What is real woman empowerment? This is how you see on the stage that a woman IT minister is holding and organizing this whole thing. I would like to thank the all volunteers, the youth volunteers of the young youth IGF, who is just amazing. All around the hall, how can I help you? How can I facilitate you? This was amazing. Africa is amazing. Ethiopia is amazing. The food is love. The culture is love.
Thank you very much.
See you again in Japan. Yay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Online, we have Iwalaya Ayomende Marvelous. Please, I'll just give that a 6 count as well. Iwalaya, can you hear us? And excuse me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. If not, we will go to the next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matthew. I'm from Safaricom, Ethiopia. I just actually want to say what he just said. It was fantastic. Round of applause to the representative of Pakistan. Safaricom Ethiopia would like to congratulate the IGF, the organizers, the government of Ethiopia, the Ministry of Information and Technology, and all those who've been involved in this fantastic week. I've personally been in Ethiopia for 18 months, working on launching the second telecommunications operator in the country, which the Prime Minister recognized in his speech in the opening ceremony. One of the key messages from the Prime Minister's speech was around the power of digital, the power of the internet to transform people's lives. And the discussions, the debates, the learnings that this forum has had is going to help us all work together to achieve those goals, to enable more people in the world, on this continent, in this country, to use the internet and digital services to help people's lives. So we'd like to congratulate everyone for their debates and discussions. We're very much looking forward to taking those learnings to work in partnership with the government of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Communications Authority and others to take those learnings for Ethiopia to achieve the country's digital transformation and inclusion objectives. One of our shareholders is Sumitomo from Japan, and having worked with Sumitomo, I know Japan will be a fantastic host for the next IGF, and I congratulate them on that, as has been the Ethiopian government. So a round of applause to everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask my team to please inform me when the Deputy Prime Minister has arrived, so then we can wrap up. Okay, thank you. Please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tasfai Noai. I am from Ethiopia, Vice President for Federal First Instance Court and a spokesperson for Ethiopian Federal Courts. And I think everyone is happy to be here in Ethiopia, which is a land of origin. Science says that the human being was created, born here in Africa, in Ethiopia. And I think you came again to Ethiopia. Upon that, this event, an international event, has been carried out, I think, efficiently by the Ethiopian government and the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. I think we need to give them a hand of clap for their success.
All right, thank you very much.
As a person who came from the judiciary, I have learned a lot from different sessions, especially cyber justice, the use of technology in order to realize access to justice. This is a good one, and hopefully the next event will also include cyber justice, law enforcement organs, and how we need to tackle cyber crimes. And I think at the global level, the Cybercrime Convention is maybe going to be adopted by the United Nations. And I think this event is historic event, and I am happy to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So for next year, we will double the time for this event. Instead of 1 hour, it's going to be 2 hours. And unfortunately, I have to say that you're the last speaker, and then we'll just go quick remarks across, and then and we will be having an open call. So please submit your input, and we will post it on the IGF website, and it will also act as an input into our open consultations and MAG meeting in preparation for next year. So please, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jose Fisaka Dudban. I coordinate the Chad Youth IGF. Before to start, I would like to tell you that if I am with this cloth because my African rural communities told me that they want to connect to internet. So if you are here for such a reason, just give applause, please. I'm going to say my comments in Arabic to make sure that multilingualism is promoted in IG ecosystem. في أنشطة IGF التالية نطلب من IGF MAG
of IGF, we asked them to have, send official invitations to governments in order to make sure that all applications are effective, and if they could inform and organize the IGF in order to allow the connectivity of all countries to the internet.
Thank you for hosting this. And Her Excellency Huria, we have been challenging, saying that Africa would not be able to organize such a successful IGF. But let me tell you, because of your leadership, we have done it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Masango, can we have at least one woman speaking at the mic, please? Thank you.
I'll try to be quick and follow the time. My intervention is on behalf of the Brazilian Coalition, Coalizão Direitos na Rede, and we would like to take the opportunity to speak now and to be here to the Secretariat and also the host country and the Ethiopian government as well. Speaking from the Global South perspective, we find it super important that after so many years in Europe, we finally came back to Africa. We finally came back to the Global South, which is the majority of the world and where most of us attending this meeting sometimes live. And it's also important because we bring the international community to pay attention to the problems and issues that affect our areas. So we are very glad about that. Thanks also to the Ethiopian people for the warmth and receptiveness. Apart from being an example of resistance, your country history is very inspiring, and each and every single one of us here should be aware of that and learn more about Ethiopians and your fight for freedom. On that same happy note, we would like to mention as well that the recent changes in the Brazilian scenario make us extremely happy. We are happy to say that the leadership changes will allow Brazil to reoccupy this place of leadership in the international community and in the international internet governance community, both in multilateral and multi-stakeholder places. Last but not least, we would also like to ask everyone to send good energies and vibes to a member of our community, Danilo Doneda. He's an activist and professional in data protection and digital rights in his fight for life. So if we could have just a round of applause for Danilo, he's really in need for good energies.
I will just take one more. I don't see any frantic hands from my side, so please. Please.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it very brief. I'm Mark Daresgaard. I am an internet governance consultant and part of the GNSO Council at ICANN, but here I'm strictly, this is my personal opinion. I would like to comment on the technical issues of the IGF. And when I say this, I'm not talking about the local staff or the government. I'm mentioning specifically the IGF as an institution and organization. We have been having continuous problems with the organization.
Okay, sorry, he's here. Please submit and then we will. So sorry, I was trying to squeeze you in, but I can't.
Small problems, but still, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Just quickly down, if you have any comments.
I have just one closing remark. Roll up your sleeves, get to work.
Yes.
Yes.
What he said.
Yeah, please. You did, okay. Any last comments?
Okay, thank you so much. That's the only thing I can say. We really appreciate, and your comments are very valuable. We will take it. There is nothing that makes us happy. How you feel, how you made us feel. So we are really excited as an Ethiopians, and we are very happy. We will take all your valuable inputs, and it will be important for the continent. Thank you.
And I'll just give the last word to our hosts for the venue, just to say if you have any last words. Sorry.
I think we're very tight on time. So I think the main thing would be to say bravo Ethiopia and bravo as well to all of the participants of IGF. And we look forward to see everyone in African IGF ahead of also going to Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. Testing, test one, 1. We're almost at the end. Testing, testing. Sandra, are we good? One. Friday. There's a bit of a hiss.
Recording in progress.
December 1, December 2, 1, 2.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Moti, are we okay? Sound? Sandra, we're good?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 17th edition of IGF 2022 is now called to order for the official closing ceremony. People who are still standing, would you please take your designated seats as we're preparing to receive the guest of honor. Thank you very much in advance for your cooperation and indulgence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, Mr. Demeke Mekonnen. Thank you all very much. His Excellency, Mr. Demeke Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Her Excellency, Mrs. Huria Ali, State Minister of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. Excellency Ministers, State Ministers, and other senior government officials. Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Mr. Paul Mitchell, Chairman of IGF MAG, Honorable National Delegates and participants of the 17th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2022, here in Addis Ababa, and all of you joining us virtually. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good evening and a very warm welcome to the official closing ceremony of the 17th edition of IGF 2022, proudly hosted by the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the motherland of humanity, ladies and gentlemen. IGF 2022 Ethiopia was officially opened on the 28th of November 2022 by His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and has since been running during the whole week under the theme Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future, in over 300 sessions and a host of sideline events, bringing together probably close to 3,000 people from around the world, both on-site and online. I hope you've had a very pleasant stay in Addis Ababa. Do you agree with me? And more importantly, the aims of the forum have been met. The following video will show some of the highlights of the week, and I'll leave you with the highlights of the video for today. The 17th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2022 Ethiopia, is now in session in Addis Ababa.
We recognize that our aspirations and international journey to realizing a prosperous Ethiopia, a conducive and inclusive for all.
Let us spare no efforts in highlighting the promises and the perils of the digital space.
often hear that the future will be digital, but the future of digital must be human-centered. That ambition is reflected in your theme, building a resilient internet for a shared, sustainable and common future.
The best way we can elevate the IGF is to help to transform and transmit the things that it has discovered in the course of its discussions into actionable policy recommendations.
Empowering African citizens to not only be consumers of digital technology, but creators of digital technology.
The 17th annual IGF has been one of the best IGFs when it comes about the diversity of participation, but also about the quality of the discussions.
It's a unique opportunity to share many experiences from the stakeholders of the internet from all corners of the world.
IGF 2022.
Oh, what a week. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you all making it happen here in Addis Ababa. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Huria Ali, State Minister of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, the coordinating government organ of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the host nation of the 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency, the State Minister.
Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Dammaka Mokonnon, Excellencies and Excellency, our Minister, Dr. Ballat Amulla, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends joining us online from around the world. On behalf of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, Government of Ethiopia, as co-chair of the multi-stakeholder advisor group of the IGF, I'm very pleased to deliver this statement, which has happened with 5 days. Today marks the successful conclusion of the 17th Internet Governance Forum in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the land of origins. We in Ethiopia are very honored to bring the UN IGF to Addis Ababa. It was 2011, nearly 11 years ago, when IGF was last held in Africa continent in Nairobi. It backs to our continent, Africa, again after 11 years. I would like to say congratulations for African people. We are extremely grateful for our collaboration with the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the IGF Secretariat, and UNEC. We thank UNEC not only for their support for the conference, but also for their strong commitment to digital agenda of Africa and Ethiopia. I thank the leadership of Mr. Paul, the chair of the multi-stakeholder advisor group of the IGF, as well as all fellow of MAG members. They have put together highly relevant and useful topics and ensure that top global experts have joined us at various sessions and workshops. We were also privileged to host the first in-person meeting of IGF leadership panel. We certainly cannot express enough thanks for the in-person participation of Minter Vanchev, the chair of the IGF leadership. Thank you, Mr. Vent. I also thank all my colleagues from the government who worked with us patiently the past weeks and months. We should also acknowledge more than 100 volunteers who helped tirelessly during the past weeks and makes this event successful one. We would also like to thank the participants, and there were more than 5,120 on-site and off-site participants from all over more than 170 countries, 17 ministries, and 18 parliamentarians, 36 5 countries also took precious time out of their busy schedule to join us here. All of you allocated your previous times to be with us in Ethiopia this week. IGF certainly cannot be detached from the internet. We had many remote participants bringing additional insights and perspectives. There are more than 300 sessions held this past week, ranging from main sessions, open forums, workshops, to lightning sessions, also other informal gathering and side events. We also thank all UN staff for conference services, securities, news carriage, communication outreach, remote participation, technical infrastructures. Let me also thank the senior officials of UN agencies, especially to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Undersecretary General Lee, Undersecretary Mr. Amandi, as well as Undersecretary Melissa, Undersecretary Becker, and Ms. Doreen, the ITU Secretary General-elect, as well as UN colleagues, other 10 other UN agencies for their active participation. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year, IGF, Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future, is critical. This year, key themes are focused on the UN Secretariat General's proposed Digital Compact. The 5 themes were connecting all people, safeguarding human rights, avoiding internet fragmentations, governing data, protecting privacy, enabling safety, security, and accountability, addressing advanced technologies, including the artificial intelligence. It speaks to the reality of our interconnected society that we need unity and digital cooperation. I would like to share some key highlights of Addis Ababa IGF messages. On the number 1, on connecting all people and safeguarding human rights, we agree that internet connectivity and access have become prerequisite for ensuring livelihoods, safety, education of people world over. Yet 2.7 billion remains unconnected, with those in less developed countries and rural communities of most affected. Key actions are proposed on meaningful access and connectivity. In ensuring digital inclusion, it's also important to leverage the internet as a platform to unlock innovation and prosperity. Access that contributes to well-being of societies must also have human rights at its center. The internet is an enabler of rights and must seamlessly incorporate established human rights. As we increase our digital dependency for routine function, boundaries between online and offline no longer apply. Second, on avoiding internet fragmentation. Participants have divergent views about internet fragmentation, underpinning the complexity of the digital issues. Clearly, an open, freely accessible, interoperable internet delivers immense benefits, fostering social development and economic prosperity. However, internet fragmentation, but it in the form of internet shutdowns, contain blocking in private sector monopolies of internet traffics, cannot inflict profound damage to the life of and human rights of people. Internet shutdown, for example, can have a negative impact on jobs, education, health, and political participation. There is a call for technology companies to assume responsibility for fragmented internet and started multi-stakeholder collaboration as critical to address internet fragmentation. Well, all agree on the value of being part of an interoperable global internet that also respect diversity. The third, on governance, data, and protecting privacy. We identify the importance of linkage between data and privacy protection, access to information, and human rights. We all agree data is a valuable commodity in high demand from governments, businesses, and other organizations. While data personal information have been used for a good to improve lives and advanced economies and societies, its unauthorized collection, tracking, transfer, or sale has compromised users' privacy and security. Experts here at IGF call attention to the important role of cross-border data flows in open market economies and societies. Cross-border data transfer should take place within the context of human rights. Interventions were made on the need for stakeholders to focus not only on data protection, but more importantly, on data justice. Access to user data should have clear outside to avoid further fragmenting the internet and impinging on human rights and freedoms. Fourth, on enabling safety, security, and accountability. We acknowledge that cybersecurity is being approached in a more whole of society, human-centric manner. This is also more focused on how human rights integrated into cybersecurity measures. Progress has been uneven, but some countries have made progress in developing nations' mechanisms for responding to threats. Examples including passing data protecting laws, provide breach notification requirements, investing in research and development for digital transformation, launching a nation's cybersecurity strategy. Efforts to address cybersecurity must center around people and the impact of these attacks, their lives and livelihoods. We also stress the need for the government to be transparent and accountable. Fifth, the last but not the least, fifth, on addressing advanced technology, including artificial intelligence, it's clearly evident that advanced digital technologies increasingly shaped our economy and society, from artificial intelligence to smart devices, from blockchains to big data, robotics, Internet of Things, and among others. There is not only untapped potential, but also uncertainties. Beyond their promises, the technologies come with pitfalls. From instance, algorithm decision-making could result in biases, discriminations, harmful stereotypes, wider social inequalities, and bias in artificial intelligence-based systems can pose threats to human safety and human rights. Shaping these new digital technologies to meet the needs of our societies, particularly in Africa, is very critical. To collect outcomes of our quality discussions highlights the pertinence of these issues to all countries, particularly in Africa. I believe the Addis Ababa IGF message will be relevant inputs for the proposed global digital compact to be consulted and agreed at the UN Summit of the Future in 2024. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia has had the honor to host our IGF. We have also benefited from hosting the IGF within innovations in programming and intersectional activities in bottom manners based on feedback from the multi-stakeholder community, in line with the call from greater participation from stakeholders from developing countries, improve working modalities. We wish that all participants will benefit fully from your productive meeting and useful outcomes at this IGF. We wish you safe travel back to your home. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Ms. Huria Ali, State Minister of the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizing government organ from the Ethiopian side is the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, and the minister himself, His Excellency Dr. Belete Molla, is here amongst us. So if you think the event has been successfully organized, this is now your moment to congratulate them. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'll leave the floor to Ms. Fikar Andargacho, Vice President, Digital Transformation Ethiopia Association, to make a few remarks.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Demeka Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency, Ministers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to express the honor and gratitude I feel to stand here and deliver this remark at this esteemed global event. As you well know, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world is undergoing major changes due to technological and digital advancements. Internet has become a global phenomenon for the last 20 years and has transformed almost every aspect of our lives. The way we communicate, the way we learn, work, entertain, and anything in between. Ethiopia, as part of the global community, is also experiencing the changes caused by the accelerated expansion of the internet. More than a quarter of Ethiopians now use the internet. In response to these disruptive changes, Ethiopia is fostering the digital ecosystem in terms of developing different digital and digital savvy legal frameworks, in terms of enabling digital businesses, developing human capacities with digital skills, digital literacy, and much more. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the relevance of internet governance forums such as this one and other similar events for the digital ecosystem is undeniably crucial. The exchange of information, sharing of good practices, creating the stage where various key stakeholders, including policymakers, meet has paramount significance towards shaping and revolutionizing the steps that are being taken towards building a sustainable digital economy. Excellencies, our association, the Digital Transformation Ethiopia, has numerous members that have their own private ventures in varied sectors, and all of them believe in advocating for digital transformation in the country. To this end, our association focuses on advocacy on digital-related policies, digital ecosystem, infrastructure promotion, and conducting capacity building. Our association has had various opportunities to advocate for changes to be possible on infrastructure, including the internet, at various levels, including an active contribution at the policy level. As a conclusion, numerous takeaways and actions have been generated from the different sessions that were underway in the last few days during the forum, and I would like to give an assurance that our association will work closely on identified issues and actions to be addressed by civil societies like us. Finally, I believe that all of you participants have had a pleasant stay here in Addis Ababa, and as the president, on behalf of the Digital Ethiopia Association, I wish you a safe journey as you make your trips back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fikar Andargacho, Vice President of Digital Transformation Ethiopia Association. Our next speaker from the private sector is Mr. Baharu Zainu, CEO of Africom. Mr. Baharu, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Mr. Demeka Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister, Federal Democratic of Ethiopia, Excellency Ministers, IGF Secretariat members, UNECE representatives, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, we must thank the Internet Governance Secretariat to choose Ethiopia to host the 17th edition of IGF at Addis Ababa. Thank you so much. Further, my sincere thanks and notes of appreciation for the government of Ethiopia to provide required assistance, and Ministry of Innovation and Technology to closely work with IGF Secretariat to provide all possible means. Notes of appreciation for all the stakeholders associated with the relevant, starting with dignitaries at the dais, the participants, panelists, moderators, and delegates. In the vibrant forum for the last 5 days, many issues discussed, actions recommended, suggested, forwarded, reflection of views on several important topics discussed, debated. Hence now it is time to act upon without delay. The networking events during the day and evening hours were truly engaging. The industry leaders discussed several issues and their experience to handle, resolve challenges. It has left a positive impact and motivation for the actors involved in the respective areas. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now quickly, I represent private sector of Ethiopia. Our main objective is driving the economy for sustainable and inclusive growth, which indeed includes outcomes like poverty reduction and creating job opportunities for women and youth. Country like us, digital economy is the future. It can't be ignored in our country where ICT is considered as one of major pillars out of 5 of homegrown economy development agenda by the government of Ethiopia. We as private sector has lots of work in hand to create governance structure for inclusive, productive, and regulated use of internet. Most of the time, misuse creates a setback for the policymakers, even to the leaders to take forward steps. We believe there are lots of learning during the past session, which will be useful for us to unlearn and learn for mutual benefit and building inclusive internet governance ecosystem. The challenge in terms of internet governance is huge unless the major actors like government, civil society, private sectors, and academia put their coordinated efforts. We request all actors to work hard on this agenda. We promise we'll keep learning and keep participating and make a brighter future shared for all. Last but not least, gratitude for all supporting staff, security officials on duty, volunteers, the chauffeurs to pick and drop guests, the caterers for arranging all the cuisine, delicious cuisine, waiters for serving us, event organizers like Yodana, and all others associates, including our moderator, Mr. Shimalis. Please give them big applause for making it successful. Finally, wish you all our guests a happy and lovely journey back home. We thank you. See you in some or other events soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baharu Zaino, CEO of AFRICOM. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Fiona Asonga, CEO of Technology Service Providers of Kenya.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to just present a submission on behalf of the region's technical community. The Technology Service Providers Association is part of the region's technical community, bringing together several technology organizations from across and beyond Kenya. Safaricom Ethiopia, Safaricom Kenya, Ethiotel, we're still reaching out, so they're soon going to be members. The reason is because we work together as a community in the spirit of Ubuntu. It has been an honor for Africa as a continent to host the 17th United Nations Internet Governance Forum in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. This has provided us with yet again another opportunity to strengthen Africa's participation in these very important conversations. And every time we've had a global meeting in Africa, we are able to empower our members, to empower our youth, to empower our communities. The IGF engagements have enabled several stakeholders to participate in the collaborative nature of the internet ecosystem. Key to this multi-stakeholder collaboration is realizing that no one voice or approach is final. Others may have a view, others may have done some work in an area, and so we come together to continue building jointly to improve the ecosystem as a whole. Over the years, we have seen the transition of some of the discussions and ideas tabled at the IGF move into translated into implementable industry best practices that are adopted by the technical community. When you look at issues such as data minimization practices, digital rights for various services being offered by the technical community across the world, the conversations, some of them began at such IGF meetings. Hosting this IGF in Africa, where the youth are more than 60% of the population and are vibrant technology innovators, has greatly contributed to the development of a group of young innovators with a different approach to technology solutions. This is because they are forced to create a balance between various innovations that they are creating and the various variables that they have to address, which are basically the issues covered at the IGF, particularly for those who are gathering in this meeting and who are able to attend this IGF. The IGF discussions have also over the years set groundwork and planted a seed that must be nurtured by all stakeholders. It was at the IGF that we first had our first discussion on, for example, the Internet Exchange Point best practices. And that conversation continued and has gone on over the years, enabling the exchange point operators globally to set standards and agree on improving on best practices to ensure that the internet as an important resource is accessible to all. The launch of the Coalition for Digital Africa could not have happened at a better time and in a better location on the African soil. The continent is ripe for internet connectivity and digitization. A large number of innovations are being developed on this continent as our governments drive a smart economy agenda. And this has created opportunities for innovators that support the digital economies of the respective countries in the midst of implementing the African Confederation Free Trade Area that is changing the way we trade and the way we do business. This is having us to look and relook at a number of things such as the boundaries and our boundary issues when it comes to cross-data communication and cross-data transactions, and pretty much changing all of our social, economic, and political interactions. We acknowledge that we live in uncertain times with global and regional geopolitical tensions, the COVID crisis, climate change, and therefore, a global unified internet will help us to address these challenges, but it should not be taken for granted. There have to be many important discussions that take place to ensure that we maintain a unified internet. During this IGF, important sessions have taken place discussing on how to identify and avoid fragmentation of this global resource. The internet technical community globally stand ready to work with all stakeholders to ensure that we can retain the value of a global internet for all the world's people. There is one of these global organizations that has a motto, one world, one internet, which is what we need to try to strive to work towards, because that's the only way we can guarantee the use of the internet in a manner that guarantees future generations a better environment and better opportunities. On behalf of the region's technical community, I would like to just appreciate the hosts of the IGF, and I would like to, in a special way, to recognize the effort that the UN ICT team has done, the service providers, Ethiotel and Safaricom, the Ethiopian Communications Authority, and all the technical support that has gone into making this meeting happen. We hosted the meeting in Nairobi. I was in charge of the technical service delivery. I understand and relate to how difficult it can be. Sometimes it's challenging, the systems challenge us to perform better. But I believe that in this meeting, a lot of effort has been made to make sure that the team dealing with connectivity handled the challenges in stride and were able to ensure that the 300 sessions were all both virtual and physical. And I would just like us to applaud the technical team particularly for that effort. And with that, I'd like to wish you all a safe journey back home, and thank you, and see you at the next Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fiona Songa. Technology Service Providers, CEO of Technology Service Providers of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome the IGF Youth Representative, Ms. Pia Piri Lewin, for her remarks.
Minglava, good evening, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and all wonderful young people. I'm Pio from Myanmar. It is my great honor to speak in this IGF 2023 closing ceremony, representing the Asia Pacific youth community. First of all, I would like to congratulate to the host country, Ethiopian government, Prime Minister and Minister, and also IGF multi-stakeholder advisory group, UN IGF secretariats, and the team for this successful and fascinating IGF event. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to participate in this forum, because many of our young people are from the lower income group. So if we didn't get any kinds of support, we couldn't make to attend these events in person. So, and also I have learned many things from this forum. And also I got a chance to experience the Ethiopian culture, cuisines, and so on, because of my generous Ethiopian friends. Thank you for that as well. This year, IGF theme is Resilience Internet for a Shared, Sustainable, and Common Future. To move forward to a resilient internet by sharing the values of sustainability and common future for us, we cannot forget the roles of the young people. While shaping the future of the internet, we young people are the future generation as well as the future leader. We have to be part of the finding the solution, drafting the framework for our digital world. On the other hand, there are many opportunities and challenges we are facing when we are start engaging in this community. And also, there are also risks impacting our commitments and contribution to our community. So how we can connect with each other for sustainable and better future of the internet? The answer will be the sustainable community. Sustainability in how we use our natural resources, sustainability of the internet infrastructure, sustainability in policy making, and sustainability in people, talents, and the leadership. The impacts of digital technology are far-reaching in our life, whether it is positive or negative. We learn from the past lesson to create our digital future. Also, as a young people from a developing country, my internet age is just 12 years old, which means I started surfing the internet when in the 2011. The reason why I'm here today is because of my own story. I also believe that everyone who is here today has their own story as well. And in this internet governance community, we may diverse in terms of our nationality and the background. But I do believe that we have the same and common goal for shaping our internet and internet community. We also have to educate the next generation and empower the young people around us to understand and advocate a more secure, open, and trusted internet. Of course, raising awareness is a fundamental step to strengthening our community. So we young people need your support both in guidance and mentorship, as well as funding resources and opportunity for continuous involvement in this internet governance community. And also 8 billion in the world and 4.7 billion are living in the Asia Pacific region. Only 2.5 billion of them are online. The internet issues and accessibilities are also state challenges in our region because of the political conflict, internet shutdown, internet infrastructure developments, and the inclusions of the intercepts and marginalized community. We need our empowered youth community to contribute youth voices from the local to the global level. Young people from the underprivileged background like me also desire to voice out their difficulties and issues. And I'm also delighted that Internet Governance Forum 2023 will coming back to the Asia Pacific region next year, 10 years after the last meeting in the Bali, Indonesia. I'm also excited that it will be in the Kyoto, Japan, because Kyoto is such beautiful and historical place and embodying with the Asian cultures and the tradition. And also in this speech, I would like to read a poem written by me during this forum, reflecting all of my experience. The poem name is Technology and Community. Let me read out. When some people shape the technology shape the majority. When the majority lack capacity and agency, we have to be after the community, which in turn shape people. When we talk about the community, we have to consider inclusion, diversity, and sustainability. When a person is young and green, they can transform with their opportunity. When opportunity become the challenges, the impact will determine their future path. Not everything is easy for everyone in life. There is no benefit without a trade-off in the world. We have to remember that there are many costs behind the benefit. However, if we have the global consensus and common goal for our digital future, the sense of belonging to each other will impact and have us to create our digital world. Finally, I would like to welcome all to participate in the next year Internet Governance Forum 2023 in the Kyoto, Japan, in Japanese language. Minasama, Ling-ne IGF 2023, Kyoto, Nihon no Kyoto de Aimashou. Thank you, my friend, for structuring this sentence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pio Thiri Luin, IGF Youth Representative, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, next we'll hear from Chair of IGF MAG, Mr. Paul Michel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Paul Michel, Chair of IGF MAG.
What a remarkable week. Over 4,000 registrants, over 300 sessions, over a theme of resilient internet for a shared, sustainable, and common future, and related sub-themes. In my view, it's my honor to chair the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the IGF, which over the past many months has been responsible for capturing and curating the program that we've been sharing this week. I want to recognize tremendous effort and the collaboration that MAG members put into the process leading up to this week's meeting. I want to thank all of you who participated and shared your thoughts, your insights, your critique, and your willingness to make a difference. This meeting comes at a critical time when the world is asking hard questions about internet and digital governance. The UN system as a whole is increasingly leaning into technology questions, issues, and recognizing the value of the intertwined nature of our shared reliance on the internet. The IGF is more than ever necessary. The level of interest in digital and internet governance has never been higher, and our selected themes reflect a goal of aligning the work of the IGF with other UN work and policy issues, including the Global Digital Compact and the Summit on the Future. Now, when the Internet Governance Forum was created as an outcome of the World Summit on Information Society in 2005, it was an innovation. It was an innovation at a time when we were only just beginning to see the potential of the internet and digital technologies. Rather than opt for a top-down government-led governance treaty, those pioneers adopted the innovation of the multi-stakeholder model, and that has led to the vibrant IGF we see today. That's grown to include 152 national and regional IGFs, complete with an abundance of intersessional activities, dynamic coalitions, best practice forums, and policy networks, and attention to the future with youth engagement and a parliamentary track. All innovations developed over the past 17 years, resulting in the vibrant event that we experienced this week. Innovation takes courage. Innovation breaks through established barriers to change the game, meeting old needs in new ways or more efficiently, or it meets new needs or wants that we didn't necessarily know we had. Home video recorders, the personal computer, smartphones were all each innovations in their time. They were initially viewed with skepticism, and each has created billions of dollars in value for consumers and industry alike. And of course, now we have the internet. Innovators typically face tough challenges, ridicule, and doubt. Galileo was investigated by the Roman Inquisition as he tried to understand our universe. The Royal Society refused to publish Edward Jenner's paper on smallpox. The Scientific American dubbed the Wright brothers the lying brothers, ridiculing their attempts at flying at Kitty Hawk. And the Italian Minister of Posts and Telegraphs suggested that Marconi visit an insane asylum when he requested funding to research wireless technologies. These characters all faced obstacles, but each had vision and passion and overcame them. Galileo's innovation eventually led us to the moon. Dr. Jenner's innovation eradicated smallpox, saving millions. The Wright brothers' innovation shrank the planet, and Marconi's innovation became the foundation of the modern wireless communications that we are using today. Add to this list the internet innovators who work every day to change our world for the better, to achieve digital equity, to apply technologies in service of solving the planet's largest challenges. There were and are still many naysayers when it comes to multi-stakeholder governance. But adopting a multi-stakeholder model for the governance discussions that recognize the respective roles of governments, the private sector, civil society, has allowed for the norms, rules, and decision-making processes to evolve and enable the tremendous developments that have taken place over the past nearly 2 decades. Over time, using this governance model together, we have achieved, at best, or at least I should say, a rough consensus around principles that aim to sustain the global internet, reinforcing core democratic principles, fundamental freedoms, and human rights as reflected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But while we have made meaningful progress, much remains to be done. The IGF is continuing its own innovation with a high-level panel and the emerging engagements with the Tech Envoy and the Global Digital Compact and Summit for the Future. But as we conclude IGF 2022, 2022, I hope that you have been inspired and rejuvenated. Going forward, I hope you're motivated to build upon the work that's gone so far, defend the legacy of innovation that's been so important to date. In closing, I want to thank the government of Ethiopia for its support and gracious hospitality, and all of you for your participation and for everything you've contributed to make IGF 2022 a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Michel, Chairman of IGF MAG. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, next we hear a video message from His Excellency, Mr. Hiroshi Yoshida, Vice Minister for Policy Coordination, International Affairs, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan.
参加者の皆様、ご列席の皆様、日本国総務大臣の松本剛明です。本年の素晴らしい IGF 年次総会を締めくくるにあたって、私から一言申し上げる機会をいただき、光栄に思います。
Hiroshi Yoshida, Vice Minister for Policy Coordination at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the floor Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Antonio Pedro.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, Mr. Demeke Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, Missy Uriah Ali, State Minister for Innovation and Technology, Ethiopia. Honorable Ministers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a great honor hosting you at the United Nations Conference Center here in Addis Ababa. With more than 300 sessions organized over these last 4 days, this has been the biggest IGF since its inception 17 years ago. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this historic event in the diplomatic center of Africa. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the IGF Secretariat, the ITU, and the many other partners and participants for making the 17th United Nations Internet Governance Forum such a success. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, each year, as IGF convenes, new ideas are born, new partnerships forged, and alliance strengthened. This year, we had the privilege to host the African Parliamentarian Network on Internet governance for the first time, a feat of its own with sessions that strengthen the parliamentarian track. The Youth Congress and volunteers brought with them vibrancy and strength. The WSIS was reinforced as an important tool in onboarding governments to Internet governance. We also saw the launch of the Coalition for Digital Africa, Africa Internet Community Backpack Initiative, and ECA cybersecurity model law. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout these 4 days, we have seen committed engagement from participants around the world, highlighted current global concerns on digital sovereignty, misinformation, interoperability, affordability, internet shutdowns, freedom of expression, and most importantly, capacity and infrastructure gaps. We heard your call that IGF should put forth tangible proposals, whether for shaping global norms and standards or for impacting national level regulations. I would like to highlight some of the key points that stood out to me at this IGF. First, governance of advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, could be pursued through experimentation and policy sandboxes, given the dynamic nature of these technologies. Second, local context is important for internet usage, and this should be reflected in its governance to avoid internet fragmentation. Third, universal service funds and community networks offer viable solutions for connectivity and bringing everyone online. Fourth, an inclusive and safe cyberspace is a necessity to ensure no one is left behind in the digital transformation journey and everyone is safe online. Fifth and last, partnership with all stakeholders should be at the foundation of digital transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must utilize the momentum garnered during this IGF. The UN Global Digital Compact consultations offer a platform to continue the learnings and networks forged at IGF. In addition, the UN Summit for the Future in 2024 will serve as an excellent platform for reaffirming the UN Charter, reinvigorating multilateralism, and agreeing on concrete solutions to digital challenges. Moreover, IGF demographic is getting younger. Young people at IGF now account for around 50% of the total attendees, and an excellent sign for the next generation of digital natives. This IGF has also seen a higher number of African participants than any other before, at a time where the continent is at the peak of digital transformation and implementation of its 10-year digital transformation strategy, 2020-2030. ECA remains committed to supporting African voices at the global stage on internet governance in and out of season. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the achievements of our theme, resilient internet for shared, sustainable, and common future, we must strive for frameworks that are resilient amid uncertainty, unforeseen wars, and the prevalent digital divide, among others. I trust you live here, as I will be, inspired and even more determined to deliver together for inclusive digital development. We look forward to passing this baton, one that is resilient, open, unfragmented, affordable, and inclusive internet to the next hosts of the IGF. See you at the next IGF in Tokyo, Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great honor and privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Demeka Mekonnen.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted that Internet Governance Forum 2022 has been a resounding success in the organization of the various events and the contents covered. I thank you for your active engagement and for making the IGF 2022 a great success. My sincere appreciation for your active participation in such large numbers in the IGF 2022 Ethiopia. I am confident that you have exchanged important insights and that this will lead to progressive actions emerging from IGF. Resilient internet for a shared, sustainable, and common future is a topic of utmost importance for all countries. I hope that the decisions in the various sessions have created a common understanding of the practical utility of digital media and connectivity for growth and development. The diversity of the participants in IGF 2022 Ethiopia, countries at various stages of development, industry, youth, parliamentarians, as well as civil society representatives have been very impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased that IGF 2022 is being held as our country is turning a page from the 2 years of conflicts in northern Ethiopia. We are on course of diligently implementing the peace deal and providing emergency relief and service to that part of our country. Even when we were at the height of the conflict, we never relented from fighting poverty. Ethiopia has persisted in its drive for prosperity and building a digital economy. We attribute the success of the IGF to a dedicated team working day and night with a real commitment to a shared future. I would just like to extend my gratitude to the organizers, the IGF Secretariat, and the members of the multi-stakeholder advisory group. Congratulations on the success of your tireless efforts. I would also like to thank the Minister of Innovation and Technology, the National Steering Committee, and the local secretariats, as well as the volunteers who have worked tirelessly and professionally to make the IGF 2022 a great success. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, IGF has been successfully conducted for the last 17 years as a major platform for nurturing a common understanding of internet governance. We wish the IGF to assume additional responsibilities such as following up on the implementation of its outcomes. It could also pass some decisions on selected issues without losing its features as a forum for open collaboration and free flow of ideas. We believe this will enable the IGF more to safeguard the World Summit on the Information Society principles and move discussion forward toward appropriate actions. I hope this agenda will be raised in subsequent forums. Ethiopia will continue supporting the IGF as observed in the hosting of this successful forum. For those of you who traveled from abroad, I hope you have a memorable stay in Ethiopia. Please make a point to visit the splendors of our country in your leisure time. I wish you all safe travel back to your destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Demeka Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for coming and being here with us for the official closing of the 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you all very much.
What is the timeline to reconnect Tigray?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia has been hugely pleased to have had you for 1 week here in Addis Ababa for this important gathering, this important world gathering of the world of the internet and digital technology. Thank you all very much for having been here with us. It was a great
timeline to
week
reconnect
of
Tigray?
Ethiopia's history, we would say, because such an international mix of people would be a rare opportunity. Thank you all very much. Ethiopia extends gratitude to you all. With those closing remarks of His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, the IGF 2020 will now be returned back to the United Nations with a video message by His Excellency, Mr. Junhua Lee, UN Under Secretary General for the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, whose video message will now be viewed.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to deliver this closing statement on behalf of the United Nations. The past 5 days of the 17th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum have been very intensive, but also inspiring, motivating, and fruitful. I hope that all of you have found this forum an incredible experience with the active contributions from several thousands of stakeholders coming from across the world and from diverse disciplines and backgrounds. This is what is unique about the IGF. It is a vibrant participatory space, multi-stakeholder platform, and a multilateral process involving input from over 117 countries. It gives us hope that working together, we can meet the challenges and seize the opportunities created by internet and digital transformation. Inspired by the Secretary General, we must ensure that digital future puts people first Myriads of the issues have been spotlighted in this forum over the past week. Through the IGM's main themes, you have addressed the specifics of the major digital policy areas, ranging from connectivity and human rights to internet fragmentation and emerging technologies. And all of you, as the forum participants, have demonstrated to the world that if we cooperate, we can harness the true power of the digital technologies, changing lives for better. Your outputs are consolidated in the IGF messages from Addis Ababa. Let us now embark on a mission to ensure these messages reach everyone and inform the decision makers. I call upon all stakeholders to disseminate the messages from Addis Ababa to your networks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now, on behalf of the United Nations, to thank the government of Ethiopia for its generous and warm hospitality as host to the 17th IGF. Thank you also to our colleagues of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for their outstanding support. Thank you also to all participants here in Addis Ababa or virtually across the world. IGF is a success, first and foremost, because of your support and commitment to the multi-stakeholder model. Please remember, the IGF is not just a stand-alone yearly meeting. It's a year-long cyclic process with rich intersessional work streams. I hope that you will continue to engage as we work together towards the 18th session of the IGF next year in Japan. We are looking forward to working very closely with our Japanese hosts. I thank you again for your rich contributions. And for those of you present in Addis Ababa, have a safe journey back home. See you next year.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee Junhua, Under Secretary General for the Department of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, who was here in person during the opening session. Thank you so much, Mr. Undersecretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we will finally view a video of what will be waiting for you next year for the IGF 18 in Japan, Tokyo. Ladies and gentlemen, a video from not Tokyo, it's Kyoto, Japan. The 18th edition of IGF is going to be in Japan, Kyoto, Japan 2023, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the government of Ethiopia would like to sincerely thank everyone involved in the organization of the 17th IGF. If you agree with me, you would give them a stand-up ovation to the following entities who have done a great job in organizing this event so impeccably. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Committee, the Steering Committee, the Ethiopia IGF 2022 Secretariat, and of course, the proudly African event organizers who showed us that Africa can and does it all the time. Rwanda Events and Flawless Events team. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, will leave the auditorium and then we'll give you final announcements before everybody leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm farewell to His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We will have a group photo. Thank you very much again, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister of Ethiopia. Thank you very much, Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, we know you have a lot of memories and experiences to remember Ethiopia by, but the Ethiopia team has also offered a little piece of Ethiopia as you go home to remember Ethiopia by. As you leave the auditorium, the famous world-class Ethiopian coffee is awaiting everyone to take home and to remember Ethiopia by. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful flight home. We'll hope to see you again one way or another for IGF or for any other event. But thank you so very much for having been with us so far. Thank you and have a safe flight home.